Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at what is happening next for you in life. But this time, I'm not going to say the C word so many times that I get in trouble and get demonetized. So, well, most likely. As you know, with readings like these, the future isn't set in stone. But most likely, I'm trying to not make my corporate overlords too mad at me, considering I still live in a society. But with that being said, let's go ahead and look at what we are going to be exploring today. So it's going to be pretty straightforward. What next means to you, if you have a specific definition, like a time frame, stick to that. But I just meant the near future. So maybe a month, 2 weeks, maybe even after you get off this video, whatever your interpretation of next is, that's the length of time. But it is timeless in the sense that this message is meant for you when you find it, not when I uploaded it. So if you're watching this like 2 years from now, which I hope people are still watching me, then it would just like fill my heart with joy if people were commenting, you know, in the future, being like, who's here in 2031? Like, I don't know, that would be sick. But anyway, if you're watching in 2031, just know that this message is for you if it's the first time you've come across it and you feel drawn to it. And yeah, the timing is not about when I upload it, it's about when you find it. It's meant for you when you find it. So with that being said, we're going to be looking at 3 main things. And I already have the oracle card shuffle that will represent these things. We're going to use a tarot deck of my choice to clarify these. So we're going to go more in depth than just these cards, but we're going to be looking at 3 topics around what's happening next. So we're looking at what you're releasing, what is leaving your life. We're going to be looking at what is happening. So what are you dealing with next? Like, you know, what is the element, what is the environment, what is your energy, where are you at, what's actually happening next. And then we're also going to look at what are you creating or in the process of creating for your future, what seeds are you planting. You know, so we're kind of basically looking at a progression of what is leaving, what is happening, and what is coming based on your own actions and just what you've been focusing on and creating. So hopefully if you're manifesting things or thinking about things, that could be a helpful question for you to know, like, okay, yeah, like I'll be ready to start making this happen. After that, we are going to get some channeled messages to soothe your worries. I don't think that things are going to be any less on fire in the near to longer future. I think even if they weren't, the media would still find a way. Like they would look at this candle and be like, large blaze surges in suburban home. You know, because that's how they do. I'm kind of hoping to just give you some power thoughts and things to just kind of combat all of the fear that you may be dealing with. It may not get rid of it, but it may help you stand in your power in your mind enough to not let the fear win, especially when it feels like it is all consuming and crushing. And I also do want anyone to know who is really struggling with fear right now. I just want to send you a huge hug and let you know that like it's like your feelings are so valid, but also you're not alone. There are so many other people, so many other frightened hearts that are, you know, maybe feeling the same way as you. And I think one way that you can connect to that is to just know that you're not alone and that there are many good people in the world. There are many kind-hearted people in the world that want to see more goodness, that want to see change, and you're one of them, and that's a beautiful thing. And yeah, you're not alone. I don't know why I felt the need to say that. But then we're finishing off with a blessing that is coming to you soon. And I want to mention that you can access this blessing immediately by embodying what it would feel like for it to be true. And that will just help bring it closer to you sooner. So I'm really excited to get into this reading today. I think it is going to be really helpful and hopefully just kind of give you an idea of what you should be expecting and all that jazz. So we have 4 different groups for you to choose from today. So starting with group number 1, we are going to be using the Empyrean Oracle, and I have this citrine, I think it's a dodecahedron on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the messages from the World Spirit Oracle deck, and I have this Labradorite sun and moon on top. Kino actually got me this deck. So it's extra special. And then for group number 3, we are going to be using the Threads of Fate Oracle Shadow Edition, and I have this clear quartz icosahedron on top. And then finally for group number 4, we have this Ametrine sphere. If you don't know what Ametrine is, it's a mix of amethyst and citrine. And we are going to be using the Odyssey Oracle. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. It's possible that you might need to check one pile, or maybe you're drawn to more than one. The way you'll know that the reading is for you is you will have, when it comes to what is leaving your life, what you're releasing, you will have that in your life. So if you see what is being released and you're like, well, I don't even have that in my life, so how could I release it? Then that is not the reading for you, and I would choose a different group. But with that being said, intro squad, hello. You guys have been giving me so many insightful answers recently. I asked on the last reading I did, which was a yes or no reading, and it was a lot more in-depth than I think you guys would realize. So if you want a yes or no answer to a question, definitely go check that out if you haven't. The response seems to be pretty good. Seems like y'all liked it. I asked you guys in that video an example of a miracle, and you guys gave me some really powerful things. And honestly, I kind of want to keep that ball rolling. So if you want to talk about miracles here, you can do that. I didn't mention one, and it feels so silly now because I'm like, there's so many miracles in my life. And I think one of the miracles that I have in my life is the fact that I'm connected to you, and I'm connected to not only you, but other people like you and like me that, you know, love and care and show up in the world in more vulnerable ways and just try to be themselves in a world that wants to crush your spirit. I think it's a miracle that we don't give up and that we have hope. And also, I just think it's a miracle that I'm here and that I'm able to do this and I'm able to connect with you, and that honestly, on a place as bleak as the internet, I think it's a miracle that I've cultivated such an incredible audience full of insightful, bright, wise, compassionate, loving, patient human beings that teach me new things all the time and that like just give me so much joy. I think it's a miracle that people can literally like make me cry and touch my heart on the other side of the world just by sharing kindness and sharing their heart. I think that's a miracle. I got a really, really incredibly sweet comment from someone from Vietnam. Shout out to them. And it just like, and I had this moment where I just like really felt that. And and it just really moved me. I was like, there's a sweet soul in Vietnam that I've never met that knows me, sees me, understands me, and would even take the time and the care to communicate with me and share so much love, because they don't have to. Like, it's just so beautiful. And it's like, man, we really are so much similar than we are different. And like, there's so many beautiful people in the world, and you're one of them. And I think it's a miracle that we're all connected. And I'm just kind of rambling and getting gushy, so I just want to say thank you, and thank you for sharing. But intro squad, I guess the point of this little ramble, I want to know, what is an experience you've had that moved your heart in a profound way, or just completely shifted your perspective? I'll tell you one. The first time I ever consciously connected with Jesus. We're really just doing story time today. Instead of Make a Wish, we're doing story time with Xoxo. So this was a couple years ago, and I was in my office, as I am, and I often have blankets everywhere. And I was raised Christian, I should mention, but it was like Christian. I really like, shout out to hockey, football, and baseball, because my siblings playing those sports saved me from years of religious indoctrination, because we were always traveling for sports. But still then we were like Christian. And a lot of that didn't really make sense to me. I didn't really connect to it. And anyway, I always growing up didn't understand. I was like, why does everybody like, why does Jesus get all the clout? Like God, because like Jesus wouldn't be here without God. Like I'm like, I guess for me, I was just always really confused that like why, essentially in the most cringy Gen Z terms, why did Jesus get all the clout and God didn't? I understand it now as an adult, and like I get it more. But I was always kind of like hesitant to connect with like anything Christian-y, which like Jesus isn't technically Christian. I mean, he wasn't Christian. I mean, it's Christianity is kind of a thing because of him, but you know what I mean. Anyway, ADHD storytelling. It's a fun ride. Where will you get to the point? Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't really I don't know. I just kind of, Christian dogma felt like a barrier to connecting with Jesus. So it wasn't like, you know, on the top of my priority list. And when it comes to connecting with beings like that, they always come to me. I don't seek them out. They come to me and make their presence known in a way where it's like you would literally have to be like shutting your eyes, and like you literally have to like be oblivious or ignore it or pretend like you don't see it to not pick up on the connection. So anyway, I'm in my office and I knocked my chair over because it got caught in my blanket, and I yell and I go, "Ah, Jesus!" And this voice, clear as day, just goes, "You know, it's funny how little you notice my presence, given how often you invoke my name." My jaw hit the floor. I was like, oh my God. Like, Jesus just fucking scalped me and roasted the shit out of me. But it was just one of those things where it was like it shooketh does not even compare to what I was experiencing. And then, mind you, I'm listening to this talk from my lovely friend Kay Moon, who you should definitely go check out and subscribe to. She is an astrologer and she is a fantastic human and insightful person, and you should just support her. She's incredible. And she was talking about forgiveness and how, and the concept of like forgiveness and unconditional love, and, you know, kind of how those things go hand in hand. And then I felt the most intense, most powerful rush of love, one of the most intense and powerful rushes of love that I felt in my entire life. And I felt Jesus's love for me, because I mean, what is his story about if not forgiveness? And I mean, I would have been talking so much shit on that cross. I could, like, he forgave people while he was on the cross. Like, that is wild. I would have been talking so much shit to Judas. I would have been roasting him. But that's why I'm not Jesus. Anyway, I just felt this insane rush of like unconditional love. And then that voice said, "Will you forgive me for roasting you?" And I'm like, yeah, will you forgive me for being like ignorant and negligent and like careless and callous and human? And like, of course it's okay. And that was kind of what opened up the connection to me and Jesus. And it's like a really special story. And it's one of those things that's so funny because it was such a profound experience. But if you were observing me from the outside, all you would have seen is me react violently to something that would be like so weird because nobody else would be able to see what was happening. But it was such a powerful thing. And it was just kind of one of those moments where like something like you couldn't deny like the truth of what you were feeling because it was so powerful and so visceral. And it was also what made me realize and understand like it partially like having that, the feeling of that experience also filled me with horror, because I realized, oh, people think this sort of like this is a powerful energy to receive, and people that could feel that could also believe that feeling that is dependent on following a certain dogmatic principle or doing certain things, and I'm like, or doing certain things in a certain way only. And I'm like, oh wow, this is a powerful sort of love that could really convince some people of human things that are not related to what Jesus teaches, but conflate it. And it just kind of filled me with horror and was like, Oh, I see why people can be so fierce in some human convictions and project it onto the incredible, powerful divine. So essentially that's my story. Thank you for coming to my story time. And I would love to hear a story from you. You know, what is a powerful moment where you've just witnessed the divine nakedly, you know, maybe literally or figuratively, I don't know. But yeah, just, I want to hear that. And I hope you guys enjoyed that. Like, obviously I'm going to put timestamps and stuff, so, you know, you can skip it if you don't want to, but I know I kind of hide from you guys a lot, and I'm going to make a concerted effort to not do that, because me hiding is not like, it's not cool, you know? And it ultimately comes from a place of a lack of self-worth, and that's what I'm working on building up, and just accepting myself more and allowing myself to be seen more. And I hope that sort of authenticity will be appreciated, because I appreciate your guys' authenticity with me, and I appreciate that you guys let me be myself. And I don't know, I just, you know, I like to treat these videos like we're just, like, I'd like to treat them as I would treat you if you were sitting here next to me. So yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me read for you. We're going to look at what's next in life now. And I will say what's next for us is you're going to be getting more of me, and more of the same, but more new too. So I'm excited, and yeah, thank you guys so much for just encouraging me and being here. I love you guys so fucking much, and yeah, I can't wait to get into this reading. And so once you picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Citrine dodecahedron, one of my personal favorites, and 2 of my personal favorite decks, the Empyrean Oracle, this is going to be your reading on what's happening next in life. Thank you for being here, if I didn't say that already. And I chose the Empyrean Tarot, its sister deck, to correlate. So I already have your oracles out. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. And if you are unsure of if the reading is for you or not, you will know based on whether the first card is accurate, the first question is accurate. So we're going to be looking at first, what is leaving your life? What are you releasing? What is leaving next? So if I tell you what that is and you're like, well, that's not in my life in the first place, so how can that be leaving? That's a sign you need to pick a different group. But if there's something in your life that you already have and you're like, yes, this makes sense if this would be leaving, if it sounds right, then you found the right reading. So go ahead and just focus your energy on the deck while I'm shuffling. These cards are holographic, which is super cool and super fun, though visually, especially on camera, can be kind of challenging. So this spread might be messier than the other groups, but the other groups don't get holographic cards. So, you know, like, look at that. Woo! That is a party in a card. I don't know what else to say. Although I will say, if there are rogue nipples, you might have to deal with some annoying weird sticker on the screen that I put in post, because it's another thing the corporate overlords don't like. Okay, so the first question we are asking is, Spirit, what is pile number 1 currently releasing? Or no. That was wrong. Okay, rewind. It's rewind time. Okay. When it comes to what's next for pile number 1, what are they releasing next, or what is leaving their life next? Okay, we'll do that. And then what is happening next for pile number 1? What are they going to be experiencing next? What is happening next? And finally, what is pile 1 creating next? What seeds is pile number 1? What seeds are pile number 1? Is pile number 1? English teachers, help me. my brain is rotted and I don't know grammar anymore. So, I don't know. What is pile 3 creating for their future? What seeds are they planting next? What are they building in the short term that they'll see later down the road? Okay, I do want to say we have the 7 of Pentacles on the back of the deck, and I didn't really feel called. Oh my God, this is the card that I cut and was like, woo, I think. I could be wrong, but I do feel like the 7 of Pentacles is an encouragement. I wasn't planning on looking at the back of the deck, and I don't know if I'll do it for the other groups, but I feel called to say, like, there's just a big message here of don't give up. Don't give up on yourself, and don't give up on, like, on what you believe in and what you've been working on. With this 7 of Pentacles here, I definitely can see, like, you've been making a lot of solid progress. And I feel like you might have this idea like you're failing or doing something wrong because things aren't unfolding as quickly as you might like them to. But I feel like the reason why they're not unfolding really quickly is because they're not meant to be. You're building something really solid, something that's unshakable. And as a result, it takes more time for that to grow. I'm literally hearing the song, The Middle by Jimmy Eat World. It just takes some time. Everything will be just fine. Like, that's your anthem. That's your anthem in the near future. And also, it's just a bop. So let's go ahead and get into your reading now. Okay. So let's start by looking at what is leaving your life. So to start with that, we have repel. And we have the 9 of Cups. Interesting. Oh my gosh, this is actually really, really interesting. And I'm just going to move this really quickly because I don't want that light. And I know I'm extra close. Hi, I'm like whispering in your ear. Okay, all right, let's get started. What is leaving your life? Guys, you've already known you've needed to do this. What's leaving your life is you're finally going to stop blocking your blessings. I feel like there is a part of you that is so frustrated with yourself because, like, I feel like the universe has been wanting to bring in, like, a lot of beautiful things, or you have, like, the circumstances, like, you have the ability to make what you want happen, to have more goodness and more joyful experiences in your life. Like, the 9 of Cups is all about dreams coming true. And I feel like the concrete steps required to make your dreams a reality, to make what you've been manifesting real, to just make your life more joyful in general and less guilt-ridden, that's finally leaving because you're realizing you deserve goodness. What's happening next is, I think you're becoming aware and apparent of the fact that you may have this idea, or you may have had this perspective that you were waiting to earn certain blessings, or that Spirit would just bestow them upon you when it's time. When in reality, it seems like there are very concrete actions that you can take to make things happen and set things up so Spirit is ready, or so that, you know, you're ready and Spirit can, like, because it's a co-creation, right? Like, I'm thinking about it in volleyball terms. It's like setting yourself up to spike it. Like, Spirit, I don't know. Okay, it's actually not a good metaphor because I'm like, well, I guess you're kind of both the setter and the spiker, and then, like, what's the point of Spirit if they're just bumping and serving? I don't know. Maybe just volleyball is significant for some reason, but what I do know is that what's leaving your life is the tendency for you to push away goodness, the tendency for you to feel like, or the recognition of what within you in your subconscious causes you to push away good things, or push away the actions or steps that would help you just live a more joyful, more abundant, more carefree life. And I think part of the reason why you've been blocking it could be 2 things. You'll have to ask yourself, but I think you're becoming aware of what wounds within are preventing you from feeling like you're worthy of the goodness that is working so hard to try and get its get into your world that you also consciously want. It's your subconscious that doesn't believe it's deserving of it, right? And so subconsciously, I think that you act in ways that kind of make it harder for these things to come in. And I think one of the cool things about manifestation and creation, and it's cool, but it's also like very scary and intimidating, is when something percolates like in our psyche for a long time. I don't know if percolates is the right word, but that's what came out. When something, you know, sits, is in our psyche for a long time, you almost start to believe that it can't be real, or you almost start to just view that situation as a fantasy, as something that can't be real. And when you think about it actually being real, what your life would look like, how you would behave differently if that thing were here, and then become aware of how your behavior or how your perspective or how your belief system needs to shift in order to be in alignment with this, it can be incredibly confronting and triggering, or I know that's an extreme word, so you know, it could just be anywhere from uncomfortable to actually like triggering some intense wounds that can be destabilizing. And you might feel like you're failing or doing something wrong by not turning away from that reality, but you're actually doing something right by focusing on it, because those are the things that are coming to the surface to say, hey, these are the things that are making you feel like you are stuck in a cycle of doing the same thing over and over again. And these are the things that are telling you on a subconscious level that you're not worthy of the blessings that you're working so hard to create, of the life that you are trying so hard to enjoy and feel lighter and more peaceful in. And also, I think one thing that's leaving your life is the realization that you don't need to feel guilty for your joy, and you don't owe anyone an explanation. And also, suffering for the sake, or not letting yourself enjoy things because other people are suffering worse than you, only just increases more suffering and makes it so that you have less capacity to give of yourself to others who don't have the capacity to give it all because they're in the throes of suffering. So, you know, I feel like you're kind of recognizing how, like, the thing that's leaving your life next is that grammar thing coming in again. I know an English teacher will find this, and they will tell me what is correct in a kind manner, in a way that's not condescending. And thank you to that person. You are recognizing what is not in alignment with where your dreams are. That's not in alignment with your joy, with what would be truly and deeply fulfilling to you, and what are the things that are truest to your heart. Like, you're in a process of really recognizing what brings you closer to what's aligned with you and what takes you further away. And I think that you're having this really powerful reckoning, like Papa John's here, the day of reckoning is coming, where you're just realizing, fuck all this noise, like, and really looking and not looking at yourself or looking at yourself in general. You know, if you've been avoiding yourself, recognizing, oh, I've been behaving in this, and I've been doing this pattern unconsciously, and now I see that this pattern is in direct conflict with what I want to create because of XYZ. You know, this leads to the opposite of what I'm trying to create. Okay, now I need to shift this. And I think what's really going to be powerful for you is you're going to have this understanding of, like, change wasn't being denied to me. I just wasn't willing to be honest with myself enough yet, or I just wasn't able to be present enough with myself to see more clearly what was keeping me stuck in a chaotic cycle that my conscious mind was trying to process and understand. But I couldn't find the answers to. I think one of the most important things I can tell you is to not beat yourself up as you become aware of these things. Seeing these things is not meant to make you feel bad, like worse about yourself. It's supposed to make you feel better about yourself, because you're seeing yourself more clearly and recognizing, oh, I'm not truly incapable of making XYZ happen. I'm just afraid to start taking the steps because XYZ. And this fear comes from this place in me, and I was taught this, and I had these experiences which reinforce the beliefs that are connected to this wound. And okay, now I see, now you see, now you can change, and now you can shift and make improvements. And I promise you, as what isn't working is leaving and what's repelled you from what you truly want, as you become aware of what those factors are, number one, you're going to be less drawn to them in general. And number two, you are going to feel like you're so much lighter. Because even though it's going to be harder, like on a conscious level, for you to be to do the new things and do them differently, like the brain craves familiarity and habit. I think it's actually going to be pretty intellectually stimulating. You're going to realize to do things differently and to change, and see how not only do those changes actually feel good. And I think that's part of it too. Maybe you've avoided making certain changes because you feel like they're going to suck, or you're going to hate them. But it's like, if you hate what you're currently doing, why don't you try the evil you haven't witnessed yet, right? Which it's not evil, but, you know, like just the idea of, you know, everything has kind of a shit sandwich. But I think what you'll realize, I think you assume that the changes you're going to be making as a result of what you're seeing about yourself and what's not in alignment with your goals and what you're creating, you're going to realize like, oh, it actually feels really good to make these changes, and I feel more powerful and I feel more capable. And that's awesome, because you are powerful and capable. And I think what's leaving your life is an attraction to self-destructive behaviors, and also beliefs, behaviors, actions, and experiences that are not aligned with what you want to create, and that are out of alignment with what your heart knows to be true, and out of alignment with the joy and blessings that are trying to enter your life, because a lot of it is. Cool. Okay, so let's see what's literally happening next. So while this is being released, what's happening during this time? So we have abandon, and we have the Two of Wands. So this is you getting in gear. This is like, it makes me think of that meme that's like weak aura, anything. There's so many, and then like strong aura, there's like weak aura and strong aura. You know, weak aura for you is like, I can't do it, or I have to prove myself, or I have to be worthy before this happens. And strong aura is, I was always worthy. I deserve this now. I don't have to block my blessings, and other people's misery is not my responsibility. That's a big key one. And whether that misery is justified or not, you're not directly responsible for all the human suffering in the world. Like, those are fires that were raging well before any of us were born, and they're going to continue. And maybe there will be less fire by the time we check out. Who knows? But the likelihood of that happening also requires us to, you know, be in a healthier place so that we can even put out fires, rather than be those dumbass Sims that literally run to the fire and panic and are like, oh my God, there's a fire. And you're like, yeah, I know, get out. Like, the fire department people are coming. And they're like, oh, there's a fire, I can't do anything. And then they go outside and they run back in. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let the fire claim you, because you're annoying and you deserve to die. Natural selection. I'm talking about Sims. Let me just make sure, like, simulated people, not real people. That was just an aggressive analogy, or metaphor. English teacher, help me. Okay. So what's happening is you're in the planning process, and you are looking at what's not working, and you're releasing it. You are going to be, honestly, I think that some things that you've been holding on to, like whether they're habits, whether they're like relationship dynamics, like for example, maybe you're not like let's say there's like a relationship in your life where, you know, there's someone you love very much. They're a part of your life, and they matter to you, but they just can't seem to be happy for you, or you just, you know, there are just certain things that you feel like you can't share with them. Like that recognition right there, recognizing maybe if you need to set some boundaries, or, you know, protect certain things from them, or just like what's happening next is you're getting a clear look at your life, where things need to change and where things are already going well. But I think there's this really big emphasis on clearing away and just shutting down any operations within you or outside of you that does not fit with what you're creating and that doesn't make you happy. I think actually what's really happening next for you in life is you're looking at what is standing in the way between you and joy, and feeling that, and feeling optimistic, inspired, hopeful. And like the creator being you deserve to feel. Like there is another thing that's happening next for you is the recognition of the fact that the divine is not something outside of you. Well, partially it is. It's also within you, and that you have an innate connection to it, just like everybody else does. And your innate connection is special and powerful, and it guides you in unique and specific ways that it doesn't guide other people, because it's meant for you and it's tailored to you. And I think that there is going to be like a current of energy running through your life where it is almost like you have these glasses on now, and they show you what is in alignment with what you want to create, with joy, with the future, that with where your wishes are, with where your joy is, and what doesn't, and where you have control over, and where your control is. So what are things that are you know, that I can take action that uphold the changes I'm making, and what action do I need to take to release? And I think a lot of things you're just gonna, you're not even gonna have to do anything, you're just gonna stop doing them. Like instead of I was just going to go into a specific example if you were like, what is she going to say? But I don't think it's necessary for me just to give a specific example. You guys are smart. I think you know what I'm talking about. But essentially what's happening next is you're making plans. You are, you're abandoning what doesn't work. You're abandoning what is making you miserable, what is exhausting you, what is draining you. Just you're cutting the excess out. And in that process, you're getting energy back. And with that energy and time, you're using it to plan accordingly what you want to create in your future, and also just making plans in general, making changes. You might be changing your routine. You might be making appointments or reaching out to people. There's just what's happening next is you're getting clear on what is and isn't working, and you're headed towards a future that you've always deserved to experience in the present. And I think that's another thing, is you're recognizing, I'm never going to have what I've been dreaming of in the present. I'm never going to experience, and even if what you've been dreaming of having is just a sense of lightness, a sense of inner peace, or a sense of belonging, because it doesn't have to be some big like, I think sometimes peace is an underrated wish, right? It doesn't have to be this big, fantastical, materialistic thing. I mean, it could be, and if you want that, you can also have that. But I think like when you're like, hey, so what do you mean by like wishes? I mean, like when you think, I just wish I didn't feel like shit, or I just wish that like it were easier to be grateful, or I just wish I was at peace more. Like those are things that are being created, and you are recognizing where you have control over that, and where you can support yourself in creating, for example, a more peaceful life. The channel messages deck that I'm going to use, I think, will be a great support for that. But I also would really recommend someone like Louise Hay. You know, obviously you don't have to take everything that she says as truth, but you know, I think that there is some wisdom that you could benefit from her work, because I think that you have this, you know, it's funny because I was kind of expecting for this message to be like really hard and really challenging and really painful, just based on like what I've seen. And like these cards are so optimistic and the message is so bright. And I think that really is communicating to me that you kind of have these expectations of things are going to be like terrible or overwhelming, or they're going to suck, or just like everything is like always like worst case scenario. And you may not even think about it actually being worst case scenario, but you just have this like lingering feeling inside of you, like this ominous dread that just never seems to go away, because you're just always expecting something to get worse or things to get harder. Like I think one of the things that's leaving is that, because you're recognizing how you generate that within, and what within you feels insecure and needs more support and love from you, to recognize that it's not all shit. Because I think actually a lot of what's happening next is life is getting lighter, and you're seeing things in a new context where you're like, oh, this was making my life harder, and I didn't realize how I played into it because I didn't set boundaries here, or because I didn't pay enough attention to myself to recognize that, like, I was, you know, betraying myself here. I didn't realize how exhausted I was because I was giving myself so much of myself to everyone else. So I definitely think what's happening next is you're getting clear on where do we go from here, and how do I feel even better? Because I think that, like, really this what's being released and what's happening is kind of twofold. It's like, I think for some of you, you might just have this really profound, like, shift where it just happens and you just see differently, and you're like, oh, I see my role in this. I see where my responsibility is, and I see where I've been placing a lot of stress and frustration on factors that are outside of my control, that I can't be in charge of, that do make me feel powerless. You're seeing how you can use your consciousness to empower yourself. And I want to give you, I think you guys should listen to Louise Hay's talk on prosperity consciousness. It's really fascinating. And there was this lady on it talking, and she was saying, you know, I make good money and I don't struggle to do it. I don't really work very hard. And Louise Hay's like, so what's the problem here? And she's like, that sounds pretty great. And she goes, well, I feel really bad about it. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I feel like I should be, like, working harder, or like I should be struggling or something. And Louise Hay said, she goes, if your consciousness is clear enough that you can make good money without struggling, I think you should just love yourself. And I just thought that was so insightful. And, like, I think part of you might even want to look at, do I create more stress or hardship for myself because I believe I don't deserve to have it easy? That's something you might want to ask yourself, because you might feel like you don't deserve for life to feel light and easy and free. And so you could have the lightest, freest, easiest life, and you would still feel like you are trapped and stuck in the mud and stuck in the dark, because that's how you feel and that's how you see things. It makes me think of, you know, Mad Men. If you've ever seen Mad Men, the main character, Don Draper, you know, he literally represents the ideal of what a man like him in the 60s should be. But Don Draper doesn't even feel like Don Draper. He never feels like himself. And so it's like, you could literally embody the ideal, and you still won't feel like it. You'll still feel like an imposter, because the ideal is the problem in the first place. Also, Mad Men is just an excellent show, and you just should watch it. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what you're creating, what you're planning further into your future. And this is going to be really interesting, because you're clearly creating a lot of new. So we have intervention. Wow. And we have the King of Wands. So what you're creating is a whole lot of bad bitch energy. I mean, I know I say it a lot, but bad bitch energy is gender neutral. So let's just say, if you are a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, you are going to be feeling very fiery. But even if you are not, you're going to be feeling, like, if you've ever found fire signs annoying, which is fair, you are going to realize, like, you're going to have a little bit more compassion for them, because you're going to be like, oh, damn, I finally understand the zest that makes them so free to express themselves in the first place. You are leveling up in a powerful way. This is a command over your life, unlike anything you've seen from yourself before. You are stepping into yourself in such powerful ways. You're stepping into your leadership energy and taking responsibility for your life and yourself in ways that you've never witnessed before. And you know what's so beautiful? This development is coming entirely because you're just believing in yourself and not giving up on yourself, and not avoiding yourself or running away from yourself. Instead, you are fully embodying your power and your passion to create the change you want in your life and to sustain a life that not only empowers you and lets you feel in control, but also helps you recognize and create space for you to be a leader in other spaces and places and for people that do need your help, where you can serve. You are stepping into sovereignty, autonomy, empowerment, and leadership in ways that you've never experienced it before. And the beautiful thing is that this is not something that's bestowed upon you because you earned it. This is something you forged and cultivated for yourself through blood, sweat, tears, and grit. And you earned every bit of the person you are becoming in the future. You are going to realize you are, and I love that this came out because it just proves my point. You are so capable. You are so powerful. And the thing about the suit of the wands is that the King of Wands, which is the most evolved expression of the wands, which in this, I actually like this version better because it's not gendered, because it's a ruler of wands instead. Not gendered the same way I use bad bitch as gendered, the way I say bad bitch is not gendered. Being a bad bitch is a universal construct that I think we'll all align with one day, I hope. But anyway, you will literally be spreading your wings and flying. Like, you're going to be reborn in a way where you're like, I know who the fuck I am. And you certainly are not going to tell me who I am. Like, you are earning from yourself the validation and acceptance that you always looked for in other people, because you're realizing, I know who I am. I know what's within me, and I know what I'm capable of. And now I know how to put myself first in the most authentic of ways, and also have a healthy and balanced perspective of both you as an individual and you as an individual that's a part of a collective, and how those two things work together. And just, I feel like you're going to have healthier interpersonal dynamics. I feel like you are also going to be, you're going to just find that you're very powerful. Like, you're, almost like you're more electric. And the thing about the wand suit, which I straight off from, is that the wand suit is the most connected to spirit. So your leadership abilities, your empowerment and your confidence and your spark and your passion are all coming from a more integrated, embodied, version of yourself that is more deeply connected to your spirituality and to your spiritual essence and to your soul. So much of what has held you back, you're going to realize, was just the illusions you needed to believe in order to realize how wonderful, powerful, and capable you truly are. I can't stop saying how capable you are. And I also can't stop saying, like, thank God the universe won't just give you what you want, because then you never know how fucking badass you truly are and how capable you truly are. And anything spirit could give you would never be as fulfilling as something that you worked for and created for yourself. It would also be more solid. And yes, you are co-creating it with spirit. You were always meant to kind of see these things, but you needed to know that you could do it. And you also, I think that there's a lot of self-acceptance and self-worth that's going to be coming from executing plans you create, realizing the results you can have, and also realizing that you can say no to what you don't want. You can reject something you don't agree with. And you can also say no to emotional manipulation, especially emotional manipulation from the world at large, because everything is trying to manipulate our emotions now. And realize that you're planting seeds to be true to you and true to your own integrity and your heart, and live in alignment with your highest self. Like, you already are in alignment with your highest self. Like, what's happening next is that you're just getting even deeper into that alignment and becoming a more confident, powerful version of yourself. Like, you're planting the seeds to make that happen. So while you know, this version of yourself, you might be like, I can't even believe you, Asa, because like, there's no way I'm like that. I'm not like that. Well, you're wrong. You are like that. The fact that you believe you're not like that is part of what's holding you back. I used to think I wasn't a medium. Okay. Well, I was literally doing mediumship. It took me like a year to figure out that, like, that term. Yeah, actually, I think I was watching Long Island Medium and I was like, wait a second, she does exactly what I do. Yeah, well, it was a journey, but like, you could really be out here being the King of Wands and feel like you are just a little runt, you know, good for nothing little weak goober that can't do anything. And then I guess at that point you really wouldn't be the King of Wands, because the King of Wands knows they're the shit. You are gonna be so secure and solid in yourself and so spiritually connected that a lot of what has tripped you up in the past, a lot of what's held you back, a lot of fear-based avoidance, it's gonna be burned away by all the fire that leads you from within. Like, and let me be clear, this is a process. Like, we're looking at the seeds you're planting for the future. So you're not going to be this King of Wands tomorrow, but you're well on your way. And I think honestly, just even within a year's time, you're going to look back and be like, who was I? Like, it's going to be night and day. Like, the person that you become. And the thing is that the person that you become is the person you always dreamed of being when you were a really young kid, and the type of person you looked up to and what you wanted to believe about humanity and about adults and about what they stand for, at least in terms of belief in the good, belief in the powerful, belief in certain values and morals, integrity, things like that. You're gonna realize you are the adult that the child you needed. You are the leader that you needed. You are what others need too. You are the one courageous enough to traverse your shadows and love them and see them enough to integrate them as part of you and realize that they have wisdom too, and that they do not define who you are. They do not keep you marred by the flaws and scars of pain. They're just a part of your story and part of your beautiful tapestry and part of what's made you you, and part of the necessary trials of fire you've had to go through in order to be a good leader, a compassionate leader, someone who understands what it's like. Like, how are you going to lead if you don't know how to be in the woods, you know? Calm waters don't make good sailors. I guess the phrase is something like that. Stormy seas make good sailors. So just know what's happening next, and what's gonna be happening is you are just going to be like, you're really going from Charmander to Charizard. Like, you're gonna be shocked, and you're gonna be like, but I'm Magikarp, and I'm gonna be like, you're delusional. Actually, you are not Magikarp, and even if you are, you only think you're Magikarp. The reality is you're Gyarados. So once again, you're wrong and I'm right. And you'll realize that I'm right, and you'll be so happy that I'm right and you're wrong, because then you'll actually be able to unleash so much goodness and creative power into the world that makes it not only a better place, but inspires others to be their authentic badass selves too. So congratulations, pile one, you're excellent. So you better get over it, and you better get over the fact that you're wonderful and you have no choice but to succeed and be your badass authentic self. I sentence you to a lifetime of joy and peace and embodied powerful creation where you realize how incredible you are. Them's the rules. Okay, so now I want to get some channeled messages from Spirit to you to just hopefully soothe you a bit. This deck is actually by Louise Hay. I just got it. So pay attention to any of the cards that especially feel challenging to you, like you can't believe that's possible. Those are the ones that you should believe in the hardest. And what you need to tell yourself is, I don't need to know how this would be implemented. I just need to trust that it could happen. I just need to try to believe in it. And also, like, pay attention to the ones that just make you feel relief, because I feel like if I feel like if you feel relief at certain ones, you'll realize like, oh, this was something that was really weighing on me and it wasn't even a truth, it was just a fear. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile number 1 when it comes to their belief systems, when it comes to soothing their worries and seeing their power? We have, I am willing to forgive. Forgiveness of myself and others releases me from the past. Forgiveness is the, what is that word? An answer. I thought that said a mower, a knower. I was like, what is that? Is the answer to almost every problem. Forgiveness is a gift to myself. I forgive and I set myself free. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think a lot of people have a hard time with forgiveness, because if someone really hurt you, it's understandable if you're not ready to forgive them yet. Forgiveness is not saying that something is okay. Forgiveness is just giving yourself the freedom to not have to hold on to it. Forgiveness is about you, not who harmed you. But it's especially important to extend that forgiveness if the one who harmed you was yourself, because you were definitely doing the best you could with the knowledge you have. And I also think you don't really recognize like how hard you are on yourself and how much harder that makes it for you to look at yourself in general. Because if you're just going to judge yourself or criticize yourself, then yeah, you're not going to feel secure enough to like really look at yourself honestly. Then you're going to avoid yourself, because if you have to look at yourself and then criticize yourself like that, you're just introducing pain that any normal human wants to avoid. So okay, what else, Spirit? What other power thoughts could be beneficial to pile number 1? What truths are they ready to integrate in their being? Okay, so we have 2. We have, I love and approve of myself. I appreciate all that I do. I am good enough just as I am. I speak up for myself. I ask for what I want. I claim my power. This is some Ruler of Wands goodness right here. Some King of Wands goodness. And this is the truth. This is the truth of who you are. You should screenshot this. Like, for real, actually. Let me hold it up to the camera. You should screenshot this. Please do, actually. We also have, I have the perfect living space. I see myself living in a wonderful place. It fulfills all of my needs and desires. It's in a beautiful location and at a price I can afford. So if one of the things you've been wishing for is a new place to live, if you've been wanting to move, this is your sign. It's meant to happen. And not only is it meant to happen, but it's going to be perfect for you. And I will say, all of the places that I have been to have been aligned spiritually. Like, spirit has been so involved in like where I've ended up. And it's really crazy too, because like, for example, me buying a house was literally, it happened in 2 days. Like, I went from having no clue what I was doing, where I was going, what was going on, to getting an offer accepted on a house in literally less than 48 hours. Like, and I think that that could be something that happens to you, like maybe not the same time frame, but like, I think that you might be really worrying about how this could happen, or if it could work for you. And I feel like the universe is really asking you to not believe if it can happen, but rather just ask yourself, what do you want to happen? You know, where do you see yourself? Like, I definitely think trusting that the universe can lead you to the right place. And let me say, I wasn't sure if me making the decisions that I made were the right choice. And now I know that they were the right choice, and spirit was really looking out for me, because like making that change and making that move was like, has been so helpful and so impactful. And it's possible that like the new environment you're looking for, maybe you just need to believe that you can have all of this, that you can have what you need and desire, and it's right for you, and it's also at a price you can afford. Like this, say it every day, burn it into your psyche. Like, especially if you're trying to build a house, but that just flew out. So maybe if you're building a house, which is sick, congratulations. Or looking for a new place, looking for a new space. that's helpful for you. And then on the back of the deck, we have, my income is constantly increasing. And it says, I begin now today to open myself to ever increasing prosperity. And so this is an excellent example of where you can look at how your behaviors show you that you're not abundant or that you're not worthy of more. For example, being open to new forms of revenue, being open to abundance in general. Like, let's just look at that again. I begin now today to open myself to ever increasing prosperity. I'm telling you, listen to that. I've listened. It's like a speech on Audible. If you can just, like, I'm telling you, she spits bars about prosperity. And I think it's really challenging to believe in it because it goes so against what we're taught. But that's why it's so important. And I think that I also think about it this way. You've been operating one way for so long. What is the harm in believing something different? Because believing the same thing is just going to keep you getting the same, it's just going to cause you to have the same results. And I think if part of what you've been wanting is more financial abundance, more income, you're planting seeds to make that happen. But for example, things like allocating your time, and, you know, setting proper boundaries, those can be things that, you know, make or break your ability to be more successful. So, you know, simple changes, and I think this is, heed my words right now. The small changes you make will have big and powerful ripple effects in your future and will bring you more than you realize, and will open so many more doors than you realize and make so much more accessible to you than you realize. You don't have to do it all in a day. You just have to start somewhere and keep following what feels freeing, what feels liberating, and what gives you hope, and what also helps your brain think in new ways. If you find yourself ruminating, if you feel lethargic, stuck, trapped, then you know that that's something that's not in alignment with what you're creating. But we are going to go ahead and finish this reading off with a blessing. And you can have this blessing right now by embodying the feeling, the energy of whatever the blessing is, by feeling what it would be like to have it right now. And in doing that, you're just bringing it to you even faster. So we love that. And this blessing is coming to you no matter what. So you kind of just have to get over it. Like, it's going to happen. And even if you miss it, it's just going to come around and find you again. Like, there are no missed calls on this blessing. It's gonna come to you one way or another. It's like there are no amount of Dursleys that could keep your Hogwarts acceptance letter away from you. Harry Potter. Okay. Anyway, Spirit, what blessing is coming to pile number 1 soon? What blessing is being bestowed upon group number 1 that they can expect next? Okay. With complete confidence in my sacred fruition, I embrace playfulness, lightness of heart, and abundance, and an abundance of support from the universe. Yeah. So confidence in my sacred fruition, that's King of Wands, all right? Confidence in your ability to make things happen, and embracing playfulness, King of Wands, jokester. It's fun. He's also, confident and assured. Lightness of heart, that's a big thing we talked about, and an abundance of support from the universe. So if you do not have something that you need in order to make something happen, pray. I promise you, even if it is in the weirdest way possible, the universe will give you the trail needed to get the support and the resources you need. Like, makes me think of Glinda, not from Wicked, but like 1939, Judy Garland, Wizard of Oz, Glinda, where she doesn't answer Dorothy's questions. She doesn't give her any insight. She just tells her what to do. And she's like, just follow the yellow brick road. And I would be like, bitch, what? Like, that's nothing. What happens if I get to a fork in the road? Like, I'm not going to know that the scarecrow's up there. I almost said the Sandman. The scarecrow's up there. Like, But that's how intuition works, and that's how the divine communicates. They tell you what you need to know. They're not going to tell you a bunch of other things, because that's not necessary. You just need to know what you need to know in order to get where you need to go. And that's what they're going to give you. And that's what you're going to have. And one day you're going to look in the mirror and be like, oh my God, I was a bad bitch all along. Wow. So, pile number 1, that's where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, so thank you to everyone who does that. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other videos. You can check out other videos, ones with extendeds. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that these messages resonated and you're ready for all of the excellence that you already are. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back in and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Labradorite Sun and Moon and the message from World Spirit deck, this is going to be your reading on what's next in life. So the tarot deck that I chose for you guys is the Sasuraibito Tarot. Since both of these decks are connected to the Japanese language, they're also, well, not this tarot deck directly, but Kino Tarot actually got me this deck, and so it is filled with so much good energy, and it might be a sign to maybe check out one of her readings. There might be a message over there for you, and that's a strong encouragement, because there's literally no downside to consuming more excellent content from a great human being. But with that being said, welcome to your reading. Thank you for being here. For those of you who are nervous to know if you got the right reading or not, how you're going to know this reading is for you is with the first section. We're going to be looking at what is leaving your life or what you're releasing. And so if the thing that's leaving or being released is not something you're dealing with, or you're like, that's not in my life, then this is not your reading. If the first question does not resonate for you, pick another group, because otherwise, because it's not your reading. Because how can something leave your life that's not there? So anyway, you want to just focus on the cards while I'm shuffling, and then we will get into it. I am going to be shuffling these off camera because there is some nudity here, and I don't want to piss off the corporate overlords. You know that scene in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the original good one, not any of the other newer ones that I don't know them. But the one where King Neptune loses his crown and he's bald and people are like, bald, bald, bald. And then like that fish is like, my eyes. Like that, I think that's how I picture the corporate overlords when a female nipple pops up on a tarot card. Anyway, you needed to hear that, I guess. Welcome to your reading. Okay, if I ever get to it. So let's start by looking at, for pile 2 spirit, what are they releasing next? What is leaving their life in the near future? What are they releasing? Okay, we're gonna look at what is happening next. So in this, and by the way, if you're like, what length of time is next? Whatever you feel it is. So a month, 2 weeks, a day, I don't care. It's fluid. So, but in terms of what is happening, this is like what you're literally dealing with. What's in the present next, the future present. What is happening next in pile number 2's life, please, spirit? I've got a hair on me. Get off of me. Oh my God, please. I just can't stop shedding. Anyway, pile number 2 spirit. What are they creating next? What seeds are they planting next? Anyone who came from pile 1, I'm like, oh, it's R. Okay, you got 2 cards for this. There's a chance there could be 4 nipples under here. I think that would literally burn the eyes off the corporate overlords, but there could be no nipples, I don't know. But let's go ahead and start with the first question, which is, what are you releasing? So to start, we have fire and water, and we have the Chariot. Okay, that makes sense. Let me just make sure these are in the frame. Yes, yeehaw. Okay, then we can do that. Literally yeehaw. I'm so used to saying yeehaw just like as a filler, mindless thing, but actually it fits. What are you releasing? Oh my god, pile 2. Y'all have been going through it, haven't you? Especially from a place of like imbalance. I would say that like one of the biggest things you've been dealing with is a lot of imbalance, and also emotional intensity and emotional instability. And let's be really clear. Emotional instability is not a shameful thing. Having stable emotions is even just an accomplishment. Like for me personally, anyone who feels things intensely and deeply, you're likely it's gonna be a challenge to learn to like balance those. But even in learning to balance them, it doesn't mean you're not gonna experience instability from time to time. But if you are someone who is often very controlled or measured, or does not have fluctuations of intense emotion very often, and you are experiencing that, I could imagine that could be incredibly distressing for you, and also something where you feel ashamed or feel like you're weak or feel like there's something wrong with you. It could maybe even give you insight if you viewed other people that way, you know, viewed other people with trouble, you know, managing emotional intensity. You know, you may be realizing like, damn, if this is what they were dealing with and maybe I was judging them unfairly, that could be something happening. But you know, if you're someone who generally doesn't have problems with that and you're dealing with a lot of that, or haven't dealt with it in a long time, and it's been really like distressing for you, I just want you to know that you're not doing anything wrong. And actually the reason this has been happening is because you're doing things right. You're moving forward in life in positive and empowered ways, and you're releasing a lot that you don't need anymore. You're releasing a lot of emotional baggage, and you're also releasing a lot of past pain, and just it could also be trauma, but also just anything that has been lingering in the body that, you know, is a blockage or something you've been holding on to. I feel like this emotional instability has been a way to not only help you release, but also loosen up a bit, to let go of control a little bit and realize like you don't need to be in control of the reins 100% of the time. You don't need to be, you know, the well-trained show horse. You can be a wild stallion, and like that's just as valid. I think there's a part of you that tries to suppress your wildness, and I think part of what's happening next is, number one, the emotional like intensity and like chaos that you've been dealing with. I think it is dissipating because a lot of what you have moved through has been released. And that's one thing I will say is, when these periods of intense emotion come up, don't hold them back or deny them or avoid them. Feel them. Obviously, I don't encourage you to express them in any unhealthy or destructive ways, though, you know, obviously like use wisdom and discernment with how you handle these emotions, but be honest and authentic with yourself, because that's gonna mean that they leave sooner. And what I'm seeing here is what's leaving your life is an instability and an imbalance that's either been really jarring for you because you typically are stable and in balance, or that has been jarring for you because you're just exhausted of living your life in a way where you can't seem to find balance, or you're finally processing and releasing enough energy that balance is a possibility for you in a way that you couldn't have even fathomed it, you know, 2-3 years ago. So what's leaving your life is an instability that makes it harder for you to move forward in life smoothly, to succeed and focus on your goals, and to feel like you can trust yourself to get where you need to go. You know, it's almost kind of like, I like that this Chariot is like this wild horse, because, you know, what's that phrase? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't get it to, but you can't make it drink. Like, I think that that phrase itself, I don't think is necessarily applying to you in a literal sense. Yeah, because you're a horse watching this. You're like typing with your hooves. You're like, as a horse myself, I'm actually really offended by the stereotypes that you were. Anyway, I'm on one today. I'm just like goofball city. Hopefully the other goofballs are here. I definitely feel like what you're releasing is this need to always be in control, the need to always have the reins, and also releasing what within you has made it hard for you to be the one in control, to hold on to the reins. It's like kind of a twofold thing where it's like sometimes it's beyond you and you can't seem to grasp control, and other times you so desperately want to grasp for control, but there's something within you that will not allow you to do that. And that's being released, which is really awesome. And I feel like one thing that Spirit is saying, which actually makes so much sense when you just look at the factors of both of these cards, is that the only way to release this, because I feel like if you're watching this right now, you're in the throes of it, or you've been dealing with it and you're like, what is going on with me? What is wrong with me? Nothing. You should really be asking, wow, there must be a lot right with me. I must be a really effective healer because I am moving and releasing so much energy and doing what my body was designed to do, which is regenerate and heal and begin anew. So you are releasing the need to be and exist in the world in a way that keeps you stuck in a state of imbalance, that either makes it impossible to move forward because you're too rigid and unable to release control, or because you are in such a place of instability that you literally just have to focus on regulating yourself, because like it takes all the energy just to do that. And what's being left in its wake is a sense of powerful balance and just honestly like clearing away debris and making space for new and for new possibilities, and also just like a smoother ride forward. Like the chariot in the traditional Rider-Waite, there is a person standing in the chariot, but they're not holding the reins. The titty sphinxes are driving it, which, yes, they're not horses on the chariot, they're titty sphinxes. It would burn the eyes of the corporate overlords if they saw it. It's on the Rider-Waite, but you can Google it. They are titty sphinxes. I wonder if because it's on a sphinx, then maybe the nipples are less offensive, but I would doubt it because they kind of seem like people that would be titty sphinx haters as well. So to summarize, you are definitely like releasing. What's being released next is a imbalance that's quite extreme, that's made you feel out of control, that makes you feel like you can't move forward, and also that's just been like really emotionally hard for you, especially if you've been judging yourself, and essentially any factors that make it really challenging for you to just move forward in life in a more balanced and measured way. And also like if you're like, I just want to feel lighter, I'm just tired of everything being so much all the time, don't worry, this is a temporary cycle. It is not going to last forever. And actually, okay, it's right here, so I'll do it. You guys, you have to keep this a secret, and if you were coming from another pile, I love the other groups just as much, I love you guys just as much, but like this is only for pile 2 because, pile 2 literally, because I thought of to do it, and I know exactly where it is. So this is the Lightworker Oracle Guidebook by Alana Fairchild, and I was thinking of the Initiation by Water, and I really want to read it to you because I feel like it will be really helpful, but I guess we'll also have to read the Initiation by Fire, so I'll try to do it as fast as I can. Situations have been arising in your world that evoke emotional reactions and challenge your opinions and beliefs. You may not feel in control. You may feel like your world, your own emotions, have become like a stormy sea in which you are tossed about, and you are doing your best not to drown in the chaos, yet you are not to fear it. It is stirring that which has been held within so it can be released. The storm will pass and the waters of your emotions will become more serene. You could compare the process to a glass of water with muddy sediment at the bottom. The water appears clear as the mud is left to lie. Yet once the water gets stirred up, the mud rises. Then it can be filtered out and the water will be clearer than ever before. The turbulence was a step that led to greater clarity, which is what you've been dealing with. The waters in the glass are comparable to your emotional waters, and as the fixed opinions, beliefs, or long-held emotional patterns based on unresolved past pain are the sediment at the bottom of the glass. Hold up the glass to the light. Can the light shine through the sediment? No, but it can be seen through the clear water. Remove the sediment and the water will be clear enough to allow light to shine through without obstruction or distortion. The light is the light of spirit, of higher truths, of unconditional love, peace, wisdom, and joy. You know that you are meant to be a channel for the truths of the spirit. As an advanced soul, you are capable of successfully enduring the process of filtering out whatever would obstruct the clear flow of higher consciousness through your being. Perhaps tired of emotional swings, you have suppressed your emotions, believing you feel nothing, yet you are acting out unwanted behaviors or suffering from apparently random physical accidents or maladies, which is your subconscious way of expressing your hidden feelings. If this is the case, you are encouraged to be kind to yourself, to give yourself time to reflect upon your true feelings. Releasing emotional blockages doesn't have to be a drawn-out process. It is often the resistance and fear of the feelings within that is more difficult than expressing the actual feeling underneath that resistance and finally letting it go. Whatever pain you are feeling right now is a sign of emotional healing and recovery. You are encouraged to accept and process your feelings, especially those that do not make sense to you. Your emotional truths will make more sense as you heal. If you get help from a healer, therapist, counselor, or mentor, they will support you and help you resolve your part of the process more swiftly. Know that even though it challenges you at times, this is a good thing that is taking place, necessary for you to more fully receive the divine connection for which you yearn. Wish Spirit would have told me to open this like a couple of minutes ago, would have saved. That's just an eloquent way of saying what I already said, but okay. But that's what Alana for a Child does. She pops off and makes excellent things. Okay, let's read Initiation by Fire real quick, since fire is also here. You have the spirit of the phoenix within you. You are able to rise again and again, even if at times all seems lost. You are guided to remember this as you are now being spiritually cleansed through initiation by fire. During such times, you will feel that you're being asked to let go of relationships, situations, sometimes even jobs, attitudes, and belief systems that you've relied upon until this point. You might have unintentionally placed more faith in that person, place, belief system, or identity than you placed in the divine. You might have held on to them rather than allowing the divine to guide you. This can happen easily on the earth plane. Sometimes these attachments become confining rather than supportive. In such cases, you will need to free yourself to continue your life journey. During the initiation by fire, all such attachments are burned away. A new life is a blessing, but that doesn't mean it is easily won. Sometimes the process can be challenging to the mind, even whilst the heart trusts what is taking place. Whatever has been your stronghold in life, such as family, a marriage, job security, a talent, or something you have used to define your sense of self, will be where the fires burn brightest. Those areas will be transformed. Letting go and allowing that to happen to the very parts of your life that you are most protective of can require deep faith. You have to remember that love is real so that you can hold on to your courage whilst you let go and allow the divine to have its way. Remember that the power of fire is destructive only in part. It also stimulates rapid new growth. Healing will rise in whatever area is being transformed. It is not only an ending, but also a beginning. This experience of initiation by fire is the divine making its presence felt in your life. It will be one of the most freeing and empowering experiences you'll have whilst in the physical body. It may ask you to confront your fears and insecurities as you learn to trust the divine unconditionally. Know that the universe will always provide for you and always in the way that is best for you, even if you don't understand why it needs to happen that way, on the way it does at the time. Keep your eye on the inner transformations that are occurring, rather than fearing the outer changes. The universe loves and holds you in high regard. Remember this and trust. Initiation is an advanced spiritual lesson. You are being honored by what is happening in your life now. You are strong enough to get through and thrive into new life, just like a radiant phoenix triumphantly emerging from the sacred fire. So I really hope that those messages are validating, because I think that's what you're going through right now. And what's happening next in terms of release is you're moving through this. And it really just like, I really processed it. You know, obviously, this is a very spiritual group. Like, what's next in life is very spiritually significant, and what you've been going through is very spiritually significant, whether you are a spiritual person or not. If you don't think you're a spiritual person, well, first of all, you're at a tarot reading. Well, but see, there's the thing. A tarot reading does not have to be even remotely spiritual. Tarot and oracles, like, those are a tool, and you can use them however you want. You can use them for spirituality and divination, but you don't have to. And when it comes to you guys, you know, obviously I don't go too deep into spiritual messages all the time because, like, that's not always for everyone. This is a very spiritual group, though. And your soul is, it seems like your soul is going through 2 initiations at once. I mean, you're pile 2. Like, literally multitasking who? Pile 2. Like, legend. Like, I feel it. This feels like the soul equivalent of taking, like, a really crazy course load for a semester, and you think about it and you're like, oh, it'll suck, like I won't have a lot of time to myself, but then I'll get a lot of the shitty stuff out of the way, and then I won't have to have a more like, you know, a harder class load in the future. And so you suffer for a semester and are like, why did I choose this? This was so dumb. I wish I didn't do this. But then after you move through it and you survive it, you're like, oh my God, I'm so glad I did that, because now I don't have all of these courses still to take, or like now I don't have as much of a burden on me, or like now I have less work. So I really feel like what your soul is going through right now is some sort of powerful initiation, and you're doing like 2 elemental initiations at once, and maybe even more. And like the reason why it is so intense and so powerful is because it's like, rather than experiencing it at a lower intensity for a longer period of time, I feel like your soul chose, no, let's just do it. Let's just get it over with. And then let's move forward. Like, let's just, you know, go through and take the quickest route. And the quickest route isn't always necessarily the most gentle route. But look at your fierce ass. You're fine. And you're going to move through it. And like I said, it just completely validates everything that I believe, that this transition that you're going through is good. And it gives you an opportunity to look at the delusion society has about what's right and wrong and what's good and what's bad. It's not a bad thing to feel deeply and to feel passionately. It can be a bad thing to express those emotions in unhealthy or destructive ways, but the emotions themselves are not bad. The emotions are just data, and they're just communicating things to you, and it's also just a way to move energy. That's it. So if you find yourself crying randomly or getting really angry randomly or whatever, let yourself feel it. Just move through it. Just ride the wave. Surf it. Feel that shit. Like, get camp with it. I don't know. Do what you want. Okay. So now let's look at what is happening next for you. So this is what's being released. Now we're looking at what's happening since this is being released. What's happening in your present world next. So for that, we have a White Knight. Wow. And we have the 4 of Wands. You're coming home to yourself. Like, you're coming home to yourself in a very powerful way. And you are coming into union with your physical form. You're bridging your spiritual self with your physical form. If you've always identified heavily as a spiritual person, you are realizing that you can't have the impact you want unless you are deeply embodied and grounded and can bring these frequencies onto this planet. I feel like you're truly coming home to yourself in a way where what's happening next is, now that all of this intensity and instability is being cleared, what's remaining is just the truth of who you are right now, the truth of who you always will be, and the truth of like the potential of what you have yet to become, and the recognition that like at the root of all of that is just this precious love, and that love is who you truly are. That love is what has always been there and always will be there. And not only that, you will realize, like, I think what's really happening next for you is not only are you regaining balance, but you're also seeing the value of slowing down. Not only slowing down, but celebrating how good it feels to just accept who you are and accept your body and accept everything about yourself, and realize, like, I was always lovable. You deserve to feel good in your body. Like, your body, like, talk about miracles. The body is insane. is really gross. So like I don't really want to study it too deeply, but like from what I do know, like it's wild. Like the body is resilient in so many ways. And I think that you have a lot of exciting opportunities to experience the divine in the material realm through being present in your body, through exploring nature, through just being a present witness to your everyday life and seeing messages that maybe you wouldn't have before. But also I feel like things could be coming together for you in ways like, for example, for some of you, if you have like a divine counterpart or someone or if you're like manifesting a sort of like a soulmate relationship or something like that, it really seems like that is either coming together and happening, or you're reaching a point where that journey is about to begin, like the journey to union. Or if you've been on a union journey, like it seems like the union could be coming. And here's how you'll know that message is for you. You won't have an intense emotional reaction to it. You'll just feel it as truth. Like even if the verse, and that might even shock you, because you might be like, well, that's what I want more than anything. Wouldn't that make me super extremely happy? Yes and no, in the sense that it's less about like feeling extreme joy and more about like feeling extreme knowing and extreme peace, and the truth that you know is unfolding, and that the truth you know is here and is already happening. It's literally just being in alignment with union of self, and it's creating union with this person. So you could either be starting that journey or coming into it. At the very least, all of you, like that message is not for all of you, but I do have a union reading. It's like 6 hours. It's really fucking good, honestly. Like it's one of the best readings I've ever done. And you should check that out if you haven't, because it not only talks about self-union, but also union with a counterpart. So you could just watch the self part or all of it. That might be helpful. But what's happening next is a homecoming of some sort, whether it's back to yourself, back to someone who feels like home, a rebalancing of your physical home itself. No matter what, though, you're gaining stability and balance, and life is going to be moving slower. It's going to be gentler. And look, we have four twice. So I definitely think that what's happening next too is like the emotional intensity and instability. Oh, the emotional instability is leaving, but the intensity is still there where it matters. So it's like, it's not intensity around everything, but you might feel intensely about how you feel for someone, or intensely, like you might feel an intense amount of love for yourself, which you should. I would highly recommend doing that, because it's great to see truth and not be delusional about how lovable you are. It's great to actually feel it and not just it be perceived by others. But there's just a level of harmony and peacefulness. This is the calm after the storm, but also like the slate that's been cleared, and you have a vision of what you want to put on it, or you have like, it's like everything has come together where it's like, okay, now it's time to paint the picture I actually want. Like now's the time to move forward. Like what's happening next is, as this releases, you're ready to take more action and ground things into reality. So like, for example, for some of you, if the idea of union with like your person, and you don't have to have a soul connection to them. I genuinely believe that if you manifest hard enough, if you truly believe hard enough, who knows what exceptions are there, and I don't know, but I truly believe that like love, a creation made from love can move mountains. And I definitely feel like for those of you who have been wanting to have like a romantic relationship with someone that you feel is your counterpart, or that you have like an intense connection to, I feel like what's happening next is you're being given you're receiving an expansion of consciousness that will allow you to make that happen, or the expansion of consciousness you're receiving is allowing this union to cement in the 3D in your world. this is a powerful coming together. And what I love about it is look at how deep these roots are. And the figure here is holding a sword. And swords are representative of communication and truth. So you're rooting your truth deep into the earth. The noise, instability, and chaos that you're currently dealing with, that is being cleared away so that you can be as solid as a tree. Like, you are deeply rooted, deeply embodied in your truth, and you are either being given the blueprints to make what you want happen, or what has already been in the process of happening is grounding into your reality in a balanced and gentle way, where you're like, oh, that was just a cycle to clear this away so that I could make space for this thing to come in. And this thing coming in could just be you coming more deeply into your body. It doesn't have to have anything to do with another person. But I'm very cautious about giving messages like this, especially in readings like this, and because I know some of you are in here and you're like, I've been avoiding love readings because I didn't want to ask about this. And it's like, yes, I understand, but also there's no shame in holding a lot of love for someone, as long as you're not disrespecting yourself, neglecting yourself, or just opening yourself up to behavior that is not loving or anything less than what you deserve. But I feel like for a lot of you, even if the person themselves, like if there is someone that you're thinking of, if you've been thinking about them a lot, especially, maybe their influence is a way to get you to look at yourself more deeply. Because like if there is like a divine counterpart thing here, the mirroring's gonna mirror hard. But essentially, what happens next is after you move through this cycle, it's a new era. It's an era of stability and a solid foundation that allows you to make lasting change and not feel like you have to force things or feel like you are making these changes on a tower of cards or a house of cards. You actually have a sturdy, solid structure to lean and rely upon, and you're understanding the process of, like, ideas might move at the speed of thought, but grounding them moves at the speed of earth. Okay, I must be patient, I must be diligent, I must be focused. Like, all these components are coming together, and like all that you've learned and the journey that you've been on, like everything is like, it's all coming together to support one greater truth that you're going to live in an embodied way. Like, and what I mean by that is, like, I think that as you pass through this, you're going to reconnect to what your core values truly are, what your principles are, what's in alignment with your integrity, and what honors your heart. And I think those things are going to feel so good and help you maintain a state of balance where you realize, like, oh, I don't have to force, I don't have to push, I just have to be and do as feels aligned, or so on and so forth. But really what's happening next is it's gonna be okay. Shit's actually gonna get a lot easier. And I feel like there are like a couple of groups here where, like, for some of you, this initiation is initiating you onto the spiritual path in general. So you might be like, I don't even know what you're talking about spiritually. You don't need to, because I could talk about it for hours and it still wouldn't do it justice. You'll get it and understand it when you feel it. But for others of you, you've been on a spiritual path. And I'd be willing to bet one of the things you've really struggled with is you don't really have much openness to spirit right now, because you're just trying to deal with, like, handling the chaos internally and externally. And what spirit wants you to understand is like, you're no less connected to the divine. It's actually an incredibly divine experience to experience life at such extremes and at such intense, and to have those intense experiences. This is just as spiritual. Like, you moving through like an insane emotional experience is just as divine as you sitting in meditation, as peaceful as you could be. Like, there is no good or bad, right or wrong. There just is. There is just expression. Like, to live and to be and to think, like, that itself is divine. Like, you are divinity itself. And an expression of it. So I definitely think you're coming into a lot of truths where you realize you don't need to explain yourself anymore. You don't need to feel guilty or hold yourself to some spiritual standard or expectation. You know, new age stuff, or which I hate the fucking term new age because it's not new. This stuff is older than, I'm pretty sure it's older than all religions that exist, but like maybe not the modern interpretations, but like this stuff is not new. It's just returning because it's not being stifled by monotheism anymore, or, you know, specific Abrahamic religions that have dominated the planet, which, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with them, but spirituality, like any other spiritual or religious practice, can be toxic or can teach us toxic or ideals or ideas about what is the right way to do it, what is the right way to be. And that's obviously clear to see in religions because there's, you know, books that are like, this is right and this is wrong, even though that's subjected to lots of interpretation and that's the whole thing. But with spirituality, there isn't the same thing that way. You know, it's more individually led. And so I feel like you might conflate, like, you might put pressure on yourself in ways where you almost create rules and expectations for yourself that nobody explicitly told you, but you just kind of assume because that's like what you believed you had to do. And it's possible too that how you see it could be like modeled in a way like how you viewed authority. And one message that I really want you to know is, do not see the divine as an authority over your life. See it as a friend. You could even see it as a lover, truthfully. Like, the way Rumi talks about the beloved, you know, the great lover, like, you could look at it that way. I always like to look at it as a friend, and I love my friends. The friend that got me this deck, I love very much, right? Oh my God, I hope you didn't hear my stomach just now. If so, I'm so sorry. But my stomach gurgling like that was divine, because who knows what shit is going on in there. Like, I don't know. I don't want to know, because like inside body stuff is gross and I don't need to see it. But there are like tons of cells right now working so hard, working their little mitochondrias off to keep us alive. And like that itself is divine and incredible. Like, you're your own ecosystem and universe. Like, isn't that wild? I definitely think what's happening next for you is just this reconnection to spirit, where you realize you were never disconnected. You were never doing anything wrong. All of it, like every experience is just as divine, and like you don't need to perform in certain ways or believe that spirituality is only valid in certain ways. Like, you don't need to wear crystals or dress boho-y to be a spiritual person. I mean, you can if you want and you like those things, but you don't. I mean, look at me. I just be wearing whatever, because it's a part of life. It's real. It's not theater. It's not a costume. It's a way of life, and that's what's happening next. Is you are living life in an embodied and meaningful way that makes your everyday life more sacred, and adds more meaning in ways where it's like, sure, in the past you might make yourself breakfast, but you're just making breakfast, but now you are alchemizing nutrients that were made with love, that were grown by the earth and by, you know, other people with their own lives and their own dreams, other beautiful beings that, you know, worked hard to even bring those resources or whatever to you. Maybe you grew it yourself. You worked hard. And you're making a meal. You're making a meal out of love to nourish and nurture your body and help prepare you for the day ahead, where you're going to, you know, do cool human shit. I don't know. But just like, you know, instead of just making breakfast, you're practicing self-love in a deep and intimate way with yourself, where you're like just even consciously thinking about how much love you want to put into what you're making, and just enough conscientiousness to be like, oh, maybe I could add this nutrient, or maybe even listening to the cues of your body more instead of just like forcing yourself to eat the same thing. Like, instead of just doing what's easy, maybe you plan. Like, I just think that really what's happening next for you, I know I've said a lot, it really don't matter how many cards are out here. One thing about me, I'm gonna yap. And I think for you, this is just a complete overhaul of your life where earth energy is being integrated in a new way. And look at how it's like branching up to the divine. So if you have been missing your connection to the divine, know that if you want to reach the stars, you have to root yourself deeper into the earth. You reach the stars through your roots. That is how you get back. And that is what's going to allow you to ground the divine and be more present in your everyday life in a more overt way than you've ever experienced before. So that's really cool and really powerful, and I'm actually really excited for you. Anyway, with that being said, so what's coming next, what's actually happening next is a level of stability, balance, and connection to yourself, to the earth, and reconnection to spirit consciously. That is allowing you to integrate new lessons, new wisdom, to start fresh and start from a more balanced place and move in a balanced way and be less likely in the future to run into imbalances and instability that could be destabilizing to your life and your path. So now let's go ahead and see what you're creating next. So these are seeds that are being planted for the future, what you're in the process of creating. So this is more the future. Okay. And so for that, we have a crystal tower. And we have the Four of Cups. And the King of Wands. That's so funny. So, yeah, you guys might want to watch pile 1. There might be similarities there. This is the second time the King of Wands has come out. And there's like, I've noticed synchronicities between the two of them. Anyway, what you're creating, you thought you were spiritually connected before. Just you wait, dude. Like, you're gonna be so connected. You're gonna be like, I thought I was spiritually connected. I was wrong. And I've experienced this so many times where I'm like, I feel like I've actually just woken up. Like every other spiritual experience I've ever had is like invalid and just some human thing now because this is so profound and like mind-bogglingly expansive. You're having one of those. I could even say like really like a bit of a spiritual high. This is like the seeds that you're planting. You're creating a direct connection to universal consciousness, unity consciousness, and oneness. So this is just further confirmation for me that even if what happens next isn't union as your definition of it, whether it's self-union, union with another person, union with your dreams, union with your desires, union with, you know, your heart's desires and divine will, whatever your union is, you're coming into it. You're recognizing the oneness within all things. If you've ever seen The Great, it reminds me of this scene where Catherine is on mushrooms and she's like Google the scene of The Great. It's on Hulu. I enjoy that show. But you know, you may not. It may not be for everyone. But there's like a scene in there where she's on shrooms and like just describing the interconnectivity of all things. And I feel like that's what you're going to be experiencing. But you're not going to have to do psychedelics to do that. You're just going to be embodying it in a conscious way. And that is what we call getting high on life. But you're not even really getting high on life. You're getting high on the divine and high on the recognition of, you're getting high on vibes. You're going to be so high vibe. You're going to be like, oh my God, my vibe's so high. I'm going to find my tribe. It's going to be great. And really what's happening is that you're opening up and reconnecting to the spiritual wisdom that you know that you have access to, that you know exists, that you felt unable and incapable of accessing as you've been through this cycle. But not only that, you're reconnecting to this source energy or connecting to it for the first time. Because for some of you, you are going to experience what it actually feels like to be connected to oneness and unity consciousness for the first time. And it's going to blow your mind. And it is going to rock your socks, knock your socks off in the most beautiful way. And it's really, and also like, it will take your brain a little while to catch up because it's so unbelievable. It's hard to like believe it's real. Write down your experiences as they happen, that will help your mind process things and validate what you experienced without like memory making it fuzzy. Because a lot of powerful spiritual experiences are silent to outsiders. They're just powerful to us on an inward level. And so what the seeds you're planting literally are growing you into a spiritual leader, a spiritual healer, honestly. I don't use terms like that very flippantly, but you're expanding spiritually in ways that will actually allow you to make changes you couldn't before. And I feel like it's also, look at how similar these two cards are. Like, corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture. Like, you are becoming so solid in your spiritual connection. It's going to be a lot harder for you to turn away or not see what you don't want to see. And while that might be a little bit scary, it'll be okay, because you'll be in such a powerful position in terms of confidence in yourself, in terms of courage, in terms of trusting in your own leadership and trusting in your own wisdom, and in the wisdom that you're guided by, that you'll know you can handle anything that comes your way. And also, a lot of truths that will come to you might have been disturbing or distressing if you were seeing them in human or emotional terms. And so there will be truths that come to you during this time where you understand why these answers didn't come to you sooner. And it's because if they came to you sooner, you would have fallen off track, because you would have misunderstood what you needed to hear, and you wouldn't have been able to emotionally handle certain answers, because you would have interpreted them in ways that you took personally and thought were like your fault or you were doing something wrong. And when you look at them from a spiritual perspective, once you're experiencing this level of consciousness, and mind you, this is not like leveling up in like a game. Like, maintaining unity consciousness is quite like, I think it flows in cycles. Like, sometimes we're more connected, sometimes we're less connected. And that's one thing I will say is, like, with these types of spiritual experiences, like, it's okay, like, if it fluctuates. You're not meant to like hold on to it and be like centered in it every day all the time. You could be, definitely, but the process of like making it more consistent and grounding it into reality, I think actually you're meant to have a consistent, stable connection with the divine always, and that's what you're in the process of doing. And I think that you will just continue to go through the cycle of anything that takes you out of this like unity consciousness perspective, this loving perspective for yourself and humanity, and seeing the recognition and just recognizing like the current of you and the current of divine that runs, you know, within all things. I think that like that is just going to get stronger over time, and you're going to be less likely to fall into, you know, you're going to be less likely to struggle with old pitfalls or fall back into old habits or regress. I don't believe you're actually regressing, but essentially you're grounding a level of spiritual awareness, enlightenment, empowerment, and consciousness that allows you to live in the 5D, quite literally. Like, you are bridging fifth dimensional consciousness into the third dimension, which is you are bridging unconditional love and the divine into the physical realm. And instead of trying to figure out how to do that or taking it personally if someone doesn't want to receive that, understand you, or accept you, you're just doing what you're guided to do, living in alignment with your heart and not allowing anyone else, their opinions, or your own inner internal fears to take you off your path, cause you to give up your sovereignty, or believe that you're not worthy, or make you believe that your beliefs aren't worthy, or that they're stupid, or that they're invalid because other people don't agree with them. You are becoming very solid in your spiritual truths in a way where I think it'll be less likely for you to fall into instability in the future. And honestly, I think you're moving through one of the hardest. Spirit just compared it to OChem for the soul. And if you don't know what OChem is, it's organic chemistry. So anyone who did like pre-med in undergraduate school, at least in the States, definitely had to take organic chemistry. And that was just kind of like a famous class, I think, at a lot of schools, where it's just like everyone suffers. That was kind of one of those things where I was like, laughs in liberal arts major. Couldn't be me. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on now and get some channeled messages to ease your worries. And these channel messages have power thoughts on them. And some of these thoughts you may not believe as truth, but I'm going to challenge you to be open to the idea of what if they were, because they're all meant to bring you more peace and bring you deeper into this King of Wands energy. And like also what you're grounding is just a level of self-assurance. Okay, I went deep into this King of Wands in Pile 1's reading. Even if you don't feel drawn to Pile 1's reading, you should still watch the last part of it, because I talk about the King of Wands a lot in that and what it embodies, and I feel like it embodies the same thing. So even though, so Pile 1 and Pile 2, y'all better say hi to each other, because you're on similar paths and you're both you both are gonna be emulating bad bitchery that is so off the charts. I'm kind of worried the planet might catch on fire. Like, lots of power, and I appreciate it. I love it. As an Aries, I respect people that stand in their authenticity and their power. Okay, speaking of power, Spirit, what power thoughts and what messages, what beliefs would you encourage pile number 2 to integrate as truth, because they are true for them, and well, not only are they true for them, but they're able to be grounded. Okay, we have 3. I'm gonna look at what's on the back of the deck after we look at these. But we have everything I touch is a success. Haha, and I bet you touch yourself, so you no choice but to be a success. Ugh, leave it to me to make everything inappropriate. Okay. I now establish a new awareness of success. I know I can be as successful as I make up my mind to be. I move into the winning circle. Golden opportunities are everywhere for me. Prosperity of every kind is drawn to me. Absolutely. This 4 of Cups, one thing that is changing is you're not going to be dissuaded by shadows or, you know, illusions anymore, or dark thoughts or dark opinions of yourself that cause you not to see all the light that you have. Because, like, there's nothing wrong with the darkness, but it can create illusions within us that there's something wrong with us, or that, you know, we're only good or we're only right when we know everything, or, you know, something like that. But I think that this is perfect. You know, you are a success, and you don't have to have everything figured out or be perfect to be a success, okay? Success is subjective and a frame of mind. We also have, I am flexible and flowing. I am open to the new and changing. Every moment presents a wonderful new opportunity to become more of who I am. I flow with life easily and effortlessly. And that is definitely what is happening next. Life is going to be flowing a lot more easily. Like, I feel like you're going from a never ending, you know, those like really crazy water slides that are like really tall and fast. I feel like you're going on that, but like a roller coaster version that like hurts your back, and you're just like, when is this over? And moving over into the lazy river where you're just like chilling in an inner tube. Anyway, I turn every experience into an opportunity. Each problem has a solution. All experiences are opportunities for me to learn and grow. I am safe. You are safe. And not only are you safe, but people are not safe from all of the excellence you are about to embody and express in the world as you ground your spiritual truths. And also, people are not ready for just how much light and wisdom and empowerment. Okay, I guess we're not looking at the back of the deck because I started shuffling again. So one more, Spirit. What else? What is a final power belief that they're ready to integrate? I prosper wherever I turn. Okay, when I burp, I see it as a release of negativity. And I just burped again. So once again, I'm the Bernie Sanders meme right now. I am once again asking you, if you came from pile 1, and for you guys pile 2 for the first time, I'm asking you to check out Louise Hay's talk on prosperity consciousness. I think it could be really helpful for you. Louise Hay wrote this deck. So I now see opportunities for abundance everywhere. I am blessed and prospered. And yeah, if you have been wanting to increase your abundance, connection to earth and spirit are the next steps. And I think you already have connections to both of those. They're just deepening and strengthening in ways that they weren't before. But I'm going to go ahead and finish your reading off with a blessing that is coming to you. And you can bring this blessing in right now by just thinking about what it, and just, well, thinking, feeling, envisioning, hearing, sensing what it would be like to have that blessing in front of you right now. And the more you get into that energy, the sooner it will appear in your world outside of you, but also you can have it right now by feeling it inside of you. I'm really like, don't do a shot every time I've said something that you could pass as a that's what she said, because I don't think you'll make it through this reading. And you need to, because there's a lot of greatness and beauty and joy waiting for you. Okay, pile number 2, Spirit. What blessing is coming into pile 2's life? Okay, we have savoring life with gratitude gives rise to a crescendo of loving consciousness, shifting paradigms, and opening new creative pathways. So this is exactly what I was saying about living your life with more meaning. Like, you are imbuing loving consciousness into every part of your life, even the simple mundane things. Like I said, eating breakfast is not just eating breakfast. It's alchemizing something tasty to nourish your body with and enjoy the sensory experience of taste. You know, cleaning your house isn't just doing your chores. It's showing love to the space that protects you and supports you and allows you to live your life. Like, finding gratitude and the meaning in the things we so take for granted. You're not going to be looking for that. You're just going to be witnessing that because it feels good and because you recognize how special it is to have these things. Pile number 2, get ready, because life's not only about to get a lot, as whenever it's time for you to move through the cycle, life's not only going to get a lot lighter, it's also going to get a lot steadier, and you are going to be a lot fiercer. And I can't wait for you. So pile 2, that's where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, so thank you to everyone who does that. If you'd like to show appreciation in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, my social media. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other videos, especially ones with extendeds. But that's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Clear Quartz icosahedron and the Threads of Fate Oracle, this is going to be a reading on what's next in life. And the tarot deck I chose for you guys is the Libra Tarot, also by Threads of Fate. So both of these decks are by the same wonderful human beings that run Threads of Fate, Britt and Blair. And this is gonna be your reading. I think I was gonna say something else, but I don't know. So how you'll know that this reading is meant for you is the first question will resonate. The first question we're looking at is what is being released from your life next, what's leaving your life next. So if the thing that's being talked about, you're like, that's not in my life, that's not a factor right now, then you're in the wrong group. How are you gonna release something you don't have? Should have asked that to the guy who made Fire Festival, but some people just, you know, use their creativity in interesting ways. I think Spirit was like, yes, I think Spirit liked that joke. That's funny. I'm trying to give a good shout out to everyone who takes the time actually to compliment me on how strong I am. I'd like to compliment you on your seeing things accurately skills. Because you're correct. I am strong. These paper cuts, they show the grit involved. I keep my hands like this so you can keep yours however they are. I don't know. I'm just being a goober. Okay, I have to, actually no, I'm not gonna apologize. I'm just being extra silly in this video, I warn you. So if you did not want any nonsense and just wanted a straightforward, just tell me what's going on, I think you're gonna have to take your curmudgeon fest somewhere else, because we're having a good time. We're gonna have fun. Okay, I'm excited. So happy you're here. Okay, so let's get rolling. Oh, this is the Rose edition. That's what I forgot to mention. So this is the Weaver Tarot, but there's multiple editions of it. This is the Rose edition. Okay, so Spirit, what is pile 3 releasing next? And the time frame of next is whatever next means to you. So, you know, a month, 2 months, 2 weeks, higher, lower, whatever. Time is fluid. Okay, what is pile number 3 releasing next? Okay, then we're looking at what is happening next for pile 3. So what's literally going to be going on overall in general next. So what is happening next for pile 3? What's happening next for pile number 3? Okay, I'm getting 2 cards. And finally, what seeds are pile 3 planting next? Or what is pile 3 creating next? Thank you. Okay, so let's start with what you are releasing. We have get creative and the 9 of Swords. Okay, this is actually really awesome. I think what you're releasing next are a lot of creative blockages, but also a mentality centered around your creativity being deficient, or that creativity is the only solution to some sort of problem you're facing or some sort of challenge you haven't been able to resolve yet. What I see here is that you are releasing a lot of mental anguish that is making it impossible for you to thrive, quite literally, or be in alignment with the type of creativity you're either used to doing. If you're a more creative person by nature, which every human is a creative person, just some people don't realize that about themselves. It's like, I don't know, there's some things that like I don't think creativity can be in as simple as like making a meal or making like if you make things, like people can be creative about making problems. Just look in some comment sections and you'll see some of the most entitled, out-of-pocket shit where it's like you had to be really delusionally creative to even reach for that. You know what I mean? People use creativity in an abundance of ways. And I feel like for you, you may have this personal connection to creativity. Like maybe you have a creative job, or the concept of creativity has been delivered to you as a pathway or a solution to breaking free of a way of life or a way of living that you're not enjoying, or that, you know, is really hard. And you've been telling yourself that the key to this freedom is being creative, making things. And I think that mentality is actually shifting. Not that your creative energy is being released. Well, actually, I think it is in a positive way, in the sense that it actually will start being released. But I think there's something about the way that you view creativity, or the way that your beliefs about creativity, or the way you process creativity. I feel like there's just something about the idea of creativity where you either believe that you are fundamentally like less creative than others, or that you can't make moves or do anything until the perfect idea has come up. So, you know, you might have a lot of creative ideas, but shoot them all down eventually because they're not, you see a flaw or a problem in them, which, you know, speaking of the internet again, yeah, that's an excellent example of how it doesn't matter what you create or do, someone will find a problem with it. And so you might be trying to threat assess and in your creations and look for and try to make it perfect so people can't poke at it. But guess what? If it was perfect, people would poke at it for being perfect. You literally cannot win, because it's not about winning. It's about realizing that people's criticisms and judgments of what you express and create in the world has nothing to do with you, and is just a reflection of who they are at that moment and how they feel about themselves. You know, it's really funny. Like, I'm going to challenge you to do this. Go to any large creator's platform. It might not be useful to, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about someone else. Like, I'm talking about like a really large, like, you know what I mean? Okay. Because I know some of you are. I'm talking like ContraPoints or something. Like, go somewhere with like at least 1 million subscribers, okay? And I want you to look at a really popular video, and I want you to sort the comments by new. And I want you to just read and look for negative comments. And what you're gonna find in those negative comments is, I want you to read those negative comments not as a criticism towards the creator, but as a statement of truth about how that commenter feels about themselves. And it will fascinate you what people reveal about their psyches by just being hateful to random strangers on the internet. It will fascinate you, and it will also help you realize you can't win. Everybody's always going to have a problem. And that does not everybody, but like there will always be someone that has a problem. You know, misery loves company. But also, perfectionism is inherently like an anti-human thing. And the value of what you're creating is not determined by some people projecting their own woundedness onto you. Like, because here's one reality and one truth. Like, sure, there have been some really painful things said to me, at me, about me, that, you know, are so far from the truth, and just so like, wow, it is just deeply painful to know that another human being on this planet even thought that, saw that, and had the audacity to say that and think that. But it's not about you. And the reality is like, there's so many wonderful people who, like you, who love me, hopefully, or, well, no, you don't have to, like, or love, you can love what I do. I would love that if you did, but it's also okay if you don't, because my creations are who they're for, and they're not for who they're not. And it's pretty much that simple. And it's really hard because we want to be for everyone, but I think, you know, when something is for everyone, it's really for no one. You know, at some point you have to put yourself in it, because if it's for everyone, you take yourself out of it too. And creativity is not about validation or approval or getting it right. And that is something that I have to remind myself, like, getting it right. Like, there's no such thing as that. There is just the offering, the genuine expression, and your willingness to follow through with it, and acceptance of how it is grounded into the material. Because another thing that I think that you may be forgetting is that any idea you ground into reality is going to look different than how you saw it in your head. And I think that's another pitfall that you've been experiencing, where like you have these ideas, but then when you go to make them, they don't seem quite right, or, you know, you overthink them, or you get kind of lost, or all you just see is flaws. And so then it never gets done because you're like, it's not perfect, it's not right. That's not what being creative is about. Creativity is like breathing. It's just, it's creativity is to humanity as shitting. Like, creativity and shitting are like two forms of essential release for human beings, okay? Like, it is an inherent part of your nature, and you can't do it wrong. But I think that like the internet is addicted to criticism, and people really feel like everybody needs to know their negative thoughts and opinions. I really think we as a society have collectively forgotten that just because you don't have something, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't have to say anything at all. And obviously there's a difference between that and like genuinely problematic behavior that like people are calling out. Like there's a huge difference between that. But honestly, I think the lines between that and criticism and hate, I feel like those lines get blurred a lot. And I think a lot of people also don't really recognize the impact that their words have. And I think you are someone who is sensitive to how people perceive you and perceive what you make, and that's understandable. I'm sensitive to that too. And truthfully, there really is no solution. Like, you just have to get more comfortable with the discomfort and pain that comes with letting the world see what you made, because not every eye sees beauty. But you're not responsible for what that eye sees. The person with those eyes is. And so I think a lot of what you're releasing is the debilitating stillness and inaction and mental anguish that has made it impossible for you to just express yourself creatively. But also, you could be dealing with some pretty severe mental health issues. If you're not already in counseling or receiving some kind of support, if it's accessible to you, I would highly encourage you to seek that if you're not receiving it already. But if there's a part of you that knows this is just a cycle and I'm going to move through it and I'm going to be okay, like it might be debilitating right now, but I know it'll pass, then also like, then, you know, you don't need to. I would just say shelter in place and do what you can. But I think that creativity might actually be something that helps you release a lot of this mental anguish. However, I think that a lot of what is being released is like this pressure and this need, like I feel like you're putting extra pressure on yourself. Like I need to create, I need to do, I need to accomplish, or I need to do these things, but like everything is wrong and it feels unsafe to actually ground creations or be creative in general. And I think what you're releasing is a lot of the anguish that's made that impossible and a lot of the tension. But also there's an important thing to remember, and this is actually something I only recently realized. When we are stuck in fight or flight, it is a lot more challenging to be creative, because creativity requires you to be in a flow state, to be playful, to be open, you know. And I think that you haven't had the capacity, like your nervous system has been on fire. Like how are you gonna be full of creative inspiration when you're literally just trying to keep yourself like feeling okay and well enough to like exist and do? Like that's totally understandable. And so I think a lot of what's being released is related to creative blockages, but also circling back to what I was talking about earlier, I think something being released is this idea that you have to create in one way, or that creativity is the only solution to get out of where you don't want to be right now. Like, I feel like you're releasing outdated ideas about creativity in general and about your ability to create your circumstances. And also, I think that problems that were never yours to begin with, I think you could get creative about how you could use them as an excuse to blame yourself. Like, I feel like if you have a tendency to take something that you know deep down isn't your fault, or maybe you don't know deep down, but you genuinely believe is your fault, that's literally nobody's fault or literally not your fault. Like, if someone verbally abuses you because you made a thing and that thing wasn't like hateful or, you know, derogatory or prejudiced or, you know, harmful. I mean, I still don't think that like being abusive, verbally abusive or anything like that is okay. Two wrongs don't make it right. But like, you are not a bad person for being seen and other people responding to what they see. What they see is not the truth. It's just their perspective. And guess what? You're on the internet. I'm sure you've seen a lot of shitty takes in your day. All right? Perspectives are not the objective reality. And I don't think any human can say they have a grasp on objective reality. Maybe beware of the ones that say they do. But anyway, this is an interesting combination, but I think more than anything, what's being released is a lot of blockages, mental blockages around creativity, a lot of blockages that pigeonhole you into thinking the only solution is creativity, which then in turn makes it even harder to be creative, right? And then also this idea that you have to constantly be creative, that you have to constantly have things figured out. Like, I'm sorry, but you know, a creative project is not as important as like making your brain a safer place to exist in. Like, one of those is way more important, and that's always going to take precedence. So let's see what's actually happening next and see how this plays into it. Ooh, we have the wildling. Okay, we also have the Queen of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Wow, okay. You really going from, you know, the meme of the Doge dogs where one of them is like kind of weak and pathetic and the other one's like big beef Doge? You're literally going from like the little meek weak Doge to the big beef Doge, and you're just doing that by really I guess this has been another theme of the reading is F it, we ball. I need to be careful. I've been swearing a lot. I've been really careless with that. But speaking of careless, I think honestly, your brain is getting so fried from what it's been inundated with. It's gonna like shut down. Like, you know, when a computer gets too hot and isn't able to like release heat, and so it just shuts off. I think your brain's gonna have like a similar thing happen, and it's gonna set you free in a way where you're like, why am I doing this? And I feel like you are going to go a little crazy, not in a bad way, but just in a like behaving in the most wild animalistic way possible. What happens next? You're becoming a furry. We love furries over here. Well, the ones that aren't like, you know, the ones that I'm talking about. Those ones I say with peace and love. They can do their own thing. I don't need to know about it, but anyway, you are coming into a lot of fiery energy. And honestly, I think that this might manifest. Honestly, I think how your brain computer is going to heat up and shut down is that I think you are just going to be so full of rage that it boils over and you no longer police yourself. It's like a dam breaking because you don't give a damn. Yeah, the dam's breaking because you don't give it anymore. Anyway, that is literally happening though. And I think that like, honestly, this rage is burning away the mental prisons and cages you've been putting yourself in that have made it impossible for you to just be a human being and express and be creative and make shitty stuff and cool stuff and make new things, make new ideas, make a difference. Make a strongly worded letter to a representative of your choice about how you feel about the state of things. Like, you're making a difference, but also making your light known. And it's almost like you're experiencing the opposite of what you've been experiencing, which is like, okay, this is very Elsa coded. You go from conceal, don't feel, don't let them know to let it go. But like fire edition. So whatever you want to, attribute. What's happening next is you're leveling up. You're going from taking passionate action when you feel it, when you have a purpose or when it excites you, to leading in a more, actually, this is what's really happening. So this rage is boiling over, right? This intensity is boiling over. And your brain's going to shut down. And everything that you've been wanting to express, everything you've been wanting to experience is going to unfold, where you are just embracing, your human needs and not thinking. It's going to be really awesome in that sense. But also, you're going to reconnect to that part of you that's a go-getter, that part of you that, has convictions and believes in yourself and recognizes that, like, fuck all the people that would analyze me or judge me or criticize what I make. Like, let me tell you this, anyone criticizing you is not doing more than you. And those who can't create, criticize. And I think some of the loudest and most, and here's the thing, there's nothing wrong with like constructive criticism, but the reality is that a lot of people on the internet don't understand that their criticism isn't constructive. And in fact, I can count on like 2 hands in my 5 years of doing this on the internet, the amount of times I've gotten actual constructive criticism, because so many people think that they're doing that, but they're not. Like, constructive criticism is not change your personality because I don't like how you deliver messages. Like, that's not constructive criticism. That is literally just saying, I don't like you and I don't like the way you do things and I think you should change because it would work better for me. That is like ignorant entitlement, essentially, because I don't even think they realize like how. And this is what you need to understand. You can't really like intellectualize it. And that's what you're gonna understand that, because you're not gonna be intellectualizing things. Your brain's gonna turn off and you're gonna be free. It's like you're fighting back against that and just unleashing like this primal, powerful human urge to be and express and like get all this pent up emotion out. I feel like you are really like going crazy. And so the one thing I will say, like the phrase going crazy keeps showing up over and over again. be cautious about how you apply this, because you could get into some very wild situations if you're not careful. I do think for some of you, you could impulsively go on a trip or just go somewhere for a while. I think that might be really helpful for you. Or you might take on like a challenge you wouldn't normally. I just feel like you're getting into fight mode. I feel like you're going from freeze mode to fight mode. But I think the difference is that, you know, it's not like the fight, like the freeze mode is definitely like trauma, like, and like a trauma response, and like you just being in survival mode and just trying to move through things. But this fight mode is coming from a place much more primal and powerful than, you know, like a trauma response. I mean, obviously those are powerful, but like in a different way. It's like a soul deep level of like power. Like your rage is not a problem. It is a byproduct of the suppression that you've been experiencing. Like your rage is not something like the parts of you you're about to express and reconnect to and unleash. Not only do I think they could lead to quite a lot of fun, but also I think you're going to realize through this process, as you move through it, the only way to win, so to speak, is to love and accept yourself enough to recognize that other people's projections and opinions don't apply to you, and that your creations don't have to be perfect. They just have to be authentic to you. And if you love them, who cares? Because other people will love them. And I will say one of the best policies that I've ever implemented, because it does seem like I've been talking about the internet a lot, so it does seem like some of you are, like, maybe you have an internet career, in which case, like, I understand and empathize completely. But maybe you want to have an internet career and you are afraid. And here's what I will say, like, that there are a lot of perks to this type of job, but there are, like, it is a job and there are a lot of challenges, and a lot of the challenges are psychological. And one of the psychological challenges is being literally bullied by strangers that would never say anything to your face. That's one thing I remind myself. You know, I just think about how blessed those people are, that I am mature and healed enough to know that it doesn't feel good for me to use my verbal prowess to cut people down and retort in ways that would bite, because they're already in a painful position, right? And one thing you're going to realize is that when you shine your light, there are going to be some people that hiss and get mad. But there are going to be so many people that are going to be inspired by that light and that feed off that light and that use that light to find their own. And then it becomes this whole light fest, and it's like a bunch of beautiful souls all together. I'm like looking at that scene from the Disney movie Tangled, where they're like releasing all the lanterns, like all the lanterns in the sky. It's like you're the first lantern, and then you inspire other people to light up, and then more people light up, and then that soul-crushing negativity has less of a grip on the collective consciousness, and hopefully maybe one day your own light could inspire one of those people to realize that maybe it's time to make a change and look into their own creative side and maybe criticize themselves less. Because I think that's one important thing to note too, is that if somebody is incessantly criticizing you or criticizing you harshly, that's how they treat themselves as well. So, you know, that sucks. But, you know, I think that you're not really going to be processing a lot of this while you're experiencing it. I think you're just going to be experiencing a level of uninhibited freedom. And like the word unleash is coming to mind. Like you were just unleashing like the rawest, most primal parts of yourself. And you can't hold yourself back. Like you literally can't. Like your passion, what you want to move towards. It's like, whatever, like I think for each of you it's going to be different what this computer shutting down brain experience thing is. Like I feel like for all of you, how the changes that manifest and what you decide or how you move forward as a result is going to be different for everyone, but it's an authentic expression of either what you've wanted or finally fighting back against what's been stopping you that you've been wanting to move towards this whole time. There's a real I'm letting go of the need to be perfect. I'm letting go of the need to be right. I'm letting go of the need to be liked. I'm letting go of the need to be perceived in ways that make me feel safe, because your safety doesn't lie in how others perceive you. Your safety lies in, number one, acting in ways that are in alignment with your truth, but also your safety, like, if you love and accept yourself, which is, you know, much easier said than done, the grip that has on that others' opinions or projections have on you is much less likely to take hold. But part of that process is just learning to gain more confidence in yourself, and also taking those punches and asking and realizing that the fact that those punches even hit you, that's because there's something within you deep down that secretly agrees or believes it's right. Like the thing that I said about, you know, people criticizing me for how I deliver messages. And I agree. Like, I'm not succinct and concise. I certainly have a lot of pop culture references people can't relate to. I ramble like crazy, but also I'm literally diagnosed with ADHD. I like to take my time. I have fun and like to communicate with you guys, and there are way more of you that like how I am and like who I am than those that are like, hey, could you just not be how you are? Then I wouldn't attack like that. I would like that. I would just like if you weren't who you were. Because deep down, I felt like there's something inherently wrong with me for being myself. So the only reason that comment can bother me is because it's highlighting that wound of, I'm not okay as I am. I'm not okay to be me. And like, of course, there are ways that we can all improve, right? But when it comes down to it, there are certain nuances that you can only understand when you're living and experiencing something in your own right, you know? You really can't understand what it's like to be in the position to sit where these hands are until you've been there and you've done it. And I think what's happening for you, and whatever you've been holding back from, you're actually going to start doing it in this next stage, and you're not going to think about it, which is actually really great. And it reminds me when I first started my channel, because I was led by a greater passion, and part of like my motivation was, I don't want to go to grad school. Oh my God, this is really exciting. Oh my God, this is really fun and it's meaningful and it feels good. And I feel like I actually have a purpose. Like I feel alive. That's what you're going to be feeling. And like the factors that might deter you or slow you down, like for example, I'm tired, or like, you know, I got to do this or I got to do that. Like you have so much passion and motivation for what you're focused on and what you're moving towards. Take advantage of this time. Like, this is a powerful time to create. This is a powerful time to express. This is a powerful time to stand up for yourself. This is a powerful time to level up. This is a powerful time to speak your truth. This is a powerful time for you to express and be in the ways that you have held yourself back from for so long. And the thing is that I'm not telling you that in doing that, you're not going to be attacked or subject to disapproval or subject to judgment. It's quite possible and you know, depending on the space, even likely that you will be. But it's important that you understand that you can take that and survive. And that in fact, the more you heal, the less it has an effect on you. And also you develop strategies and solutions to combat it. So for me, for example, I don't live in my comment section is a great place to visit. It's not a place I stay, and it's not a place I live. And I visit it, you know, 1 or 2 times, but I really rarely look at them because it ruins my ability to create authentically. And also, even positive, well-meaning messages or well-meaning comments can be hurtful sometimes. Because, and that's a hard thing, is like, you know, people are genuinely well-meaning and just wanting to connect with you, and they don't realize like how their words impact you. So for me, it's like, I can't control what people say, but I can control how open I am to that conversation. And I really think for some of you, you're considering doing a job on social media, or you are doing a job on social media. And I think like, I feel like that's why I'm talking about it a lot. And I think it's beneficial for people to hear like about this stuff, like, because it's to just say like, oh, don't let it get to you. Like, it's okay for actually let it get to you, because if you let it get to you, it'll show you where you have a vulnerability, and that vulnerability will show you what you need to do to secure yourself and get stronger. It like makes me think of like old like medieval walls and shit, you know, that would protect the compound, right? If there's a weakness in the wall, the enemy can get through. And the enemy is not the person sending the attack. It's whatever energy that they're embodying that makes you feel like you shouldn't love yourself or feel bad about yourself or feel bad about who you are. And let me also reiterate, that's not the same thing as constructive criticism. Again, you're finding vulnerabilities in your defense and just making your defense stronger. So now you're less likely to be vulnerable to that in the future. And now you're just more powerful. Like, I wouldn't say that it is just part of it, but it makes you stronger. And honestly, I wouldn't call it a gift, but it does create a powerful opportunity for you to see where you can get even stronger and where you can become even more powerful, and see and realize that, you know, the experience of moving through it is actually way less daunting and upsetting than just facing it when it happens, and realizing that you can face it and face that discomfort and experience that discomfort, and you'll survive and you'll be alive. Okay? Like, you can do it. And I'm sure for a lot of you, it has nothing to do with the internet career, but for some of you, I do feel like it is, and it's becoming a more common thing. And I think it's great, because I think a lot of people should experience virality and understand what it's like to be on the other side of that experience, and realize, like, it is very easy when you're just a viewer to make a lot of assumptions and have expectations and think that things work a certain way, but you really don't know until you're on the other side, and you really don't know how it affects your psyche, because I think it affects everyone psychologically differently. And if I were still in school, I would really want to study the psyches of, like, internet creators, because I'm telling you, there's some crazy shit going on in our brains. I don't think humans are designed to intake the amount of input that just being a creator can expose you to. And so I think one of the things that you're going through right now is this expansion and this freedom. And so what's happening next is that everything that's been holding you back and that's been keeping you safe, but that's been suppressing your spirit and killing your soul, you're gonna realize, I can't do that anymore, and you're gonna go the complete opposite direction and just unleash your expression. And in unleashing your expression, you're going to become more confident in yourself and realize, oh, hey, I actually shine and people like what I have to share. And the response is a lot more positive than I realized. And that's the biggest thing that I want to stress, is like, the amount of love that I've gotten versus the amount of hate and negativity I've gotten. I mean, it is like, the hate is so small compared to the love. And the love is so meaningful and so special. And our brains are wired to see negativity. But I think the more it's a lot easier to embrace the fact that there are people that love what you create and love what you do. Whether it is on the internet, whether it's in person, whether it's just with your family, whether it's just you allowing yourself to create and not judging yourself. Like, that expression is sacred, and the most sacred aspect of it is that it's coming from you, and you are a unique essence, a unique source, and nobody else can replicate what you give and what you share and what you bring to the world. And that is special, and nobody can take that from you. And so I think what's really happening next is you're freeing yourself and just really going wild and following impulsivity, passion, and taking action when the creative spark arises, or the intention arises, and moving into a deeper level of sovereignty within yourself, and realizing, like, I need to give myself more acceptance and respect, and I need to be more confident in myself, because what you're going to find, the more you are yourself, the more free you'll feel, and the more people will like that. Like, the more people will like, I feel like people just respond to authenticity. You know, no, I don't think there's any human alive that's seen, like, corporate artwork and been like, wow, that's riveting. You know, that very basic shape of a man in a suit holding a pencil, it is groundbreaking and inspires me. But like, listen, corporate art exists, and that is soul. AI art exists, and that's soulless. Like, if artificial intelligence can create, you can create. And the only reason they can create is because we create. You have the real power. And I'm kind of just rambling, but part of the reason why I'm rambling is because I am picking up on a lot of your nervous mental energy, and I have nervous mental energy, and I'm nervous about the fact that I've been rambling a lot. But I feel like it's cool because the only people that should still be here are the ones that the messages are for. And I feel like even those that are not asking about internet career are finding the insights interesting anyway. So I'm glad. And if not, and if you have a problem, I don't know why you're sitting through a reading that you're not enjoying. And then that's one thing you'll experience too if you do go through this, is people will get mad at you for things that are entirely within their control. Some people just want to be victims. There are people that have experienced, that are experiencing real problems and suffering, and there are those people that need to make a problem out of nothing because they just want an excuse to unleash their emotional energy on someone else and not take responsibility for how they feel. Unfortunately, some of those individuals exist on the internet, and they seem more powerful than they really are because they contrast a lot of the things that other people say. It's just so jarring, right? But anyway, let's go ahead and see what seeds you're planning for your future next. Ooh, so we have Get Curious. Yes, bitch! I fucking knew it. I love this. Oh, you guys, you have nothing to worry about. The seeds that you're planting next are really just grounding this into a more balanced state. I really think that you're entering a renaissance, a renaissance of your own life. And I think it is honestly an inner child renaissance. You're reconnecting to your inner child in ways that allow you to be open and curious about life. That makes life, number one, feel less serious, because in a lot of ways life, in some ways life is very serious, but in a lot of ways life is not that serious. And one of the joys of life is just, learning and growing and playing and having fun. And by doing those things, you can, your most successful creations, whatever they are, whether they're related to your career, or, if it's a family recipe or whatever it is, your most meaningful and powerful creations will be the ones that you make from a place of just genuine love and joy. That reads, it has an energy and a source all its own, Think about food that's made with love versus just fast food. There's a difference, obviously, usually nutrient content, but also, I feel like you can tell when something is made with love. And I feel like you're entering a future where you can make a lot more things with love, but also it's not just about creating things tangibly. It's about creating a perspective, creating a life that is lighter and more fun, and that allows you to be seen safely. You don't need to hide in the dark. You're meant to be out in the sun playing, seen for all that you are. Because if anyone sees anything that you don't align or identify with, especially if it's harmful or jarring to your psyche, you will see clearly that has nothing to do with you, and you won't hold on to it. And when your inner child feels threatened and is feeling disempowered and bullied, you'll see it and you'll feel it, and you'll be like, listen, that has nothing to do with us. We are okay, and we accept ourselves. And your adult self can tell your little inner child, I'll protect us. It's okay. I think life is about to get a lot lighter and a lot easier. Well, not about to. It is, you're planting the seeds to make life a lot lighter and easier in the future. It's you've definitely got a lot of energy to process, and I think that's partially why I've been talking so much, is because there's a lot to process here, and also just a lot I've wanted to talk to you guys about, information I feel is useful for you to hold on to and move forward, because the Nine of Swords is the type of mental anguish that you can't just get out of yourself, that is you've really tangled yourself up there. And sometimes you really need to hear from someone else, it's okay to be flawed. The internet will tell you it's not. But while it also tells you that it is, and that you should love your flaws and support them, that's because there's a lot of different voices on it. So you just have to trust your own voice, and the voice that knows that you are light, you are love incarnate, and you deserve to live a life that is light and playful and fun, and that you deserve to live a life where you don't have to sacrifice your connection to your inner child, but when I say your inner child, the purest and most innocent essences of who you've always been and what has always felt like you, you know? And really experiencing through adult eyes, you're going to be experiencing through adult eyes what it's like to feel connected to that version of yourself and the wisdom it has for you. You know, kids don't think before they do. They just do. Like they literally don't have the brain capacity to do that, to think before they do, right? That's still developing. They learn from doing. And you're literally going through that process where it's like your brain's literally shutting off again so that you can just go and do and be feral. And that ferality with your adult brain that's finally getting a break is going to gain so much wisdom and so much like, oh, like this is okay. And oh, this is uncomfortable, but it's teaching me this about myself. And ultimately it's worth it. Like there's a satisfying and fulfilling conclusion to this greater wound you're healing, which seems to be around expression and around sharing that expression and around trusting yourself and giving yourself the freedom to just create in the first place and not let it be and not have to make it perfect. Because if you make it perfect, you'll make nothing. And I think it's a perpetual challenge for every creative person on the planet. Like it's a lot easier said than done, but this is major to have this Sun card here. I think that you're going to be stepping into a new level of success for yourself, and that could be financially, monetarily, but I think it's more success in terms of like functioning successfully and grounding your ideas successfully and living life like if we define success in a way where it's like you're living a life that feels true to you and that you feel you bring meaning to and has purpose, and you just feel like you're living a life where you feel like your truest self is the best fit for it. That is what you are moving towards. And it's like you kind of need to move fast and break things for a little bit. And it's okay if some things get broken. It's okay if some conflict is created. It's okay if you speak up. You know, conflict is okay. And I think one of the things that might be happening next is that you might be facing conflict, inner conflict or outer conflict. And what you're going to realize is that you can not only face conflict and survive, but also when you actually don't give up the fight out of fear of being wrong or fear of being disliked, you realize that your own inner convictions and what you believe in is the pillar you need in order to withstand that which wants to stand against you. And you'll realize like, oh, I don't need people to agree with me. I just need to believe in myself and live accordingly, and trust that if, you know, people can't handle that, or if people disagree with me, that's okay, because their perspective is different, and the validity of our perspectives is not dependent on us agreeing with each other. I think what you're realizing is that there's value and wisdom in a lot of experiences in life that you've either avoided or held yourself back from. That's the same thing. Because you were afraid of what might happen, or afraid of experiencing a certain pitfall, or afraid of something happening that you thought you couldn't handle. And I think every single time you're going to realize, even if it smarts, even if it's uncomfortable, you're going to realize, oh, not only can I handle this, but also it's actually helped me understand myself better and just become a stronger version of myself. I always like to say that I'm grateful for the people that fling bullshit into my corner, because I take it, alchemize it, and turn into an even better bitch. And then they have to live with the reality that they literally just made me even better than before. That sucks for them. Well, it shouldn't. If they were healthy, then they would be happy for me, because I want them to also be happy and healed too. But honestly, that's really the seeds you're planting. You're planting seeds to actually be happy and live a life that is joyful, because you're curious and interested in exploring, and also not taking the responses and reactions of the world so personally. There's like a deep neutrality to how you're approaching the world in the future. And I really like that. Like that's a very rare level of consciousness to have, and it's one that, like, you know, I try to work to maintain, and it's a challenge. But I think that there's a lot of growth coming to you in this next cycle, and I don't think that you are ever going to experience this level of mental, like, anguish to the same degree, to the same intensity about this same topic ever again. I really think that, like, this is like if this mental anguish were the string of a bow, it's just the string being pulled back so that you, the arrow, can fly forward and head towards the direction of your dreams, goals, and what you've been trying to create. So that's really beautiful. And honestly, the future that you're planting is one where you're a lot more joyful and a lot more open to life in ways that bring you even more joy, bring you even more wisdom and more learning and just more experiences on this plane. And then you realize, like, oh, I don't have to plan and have everything figured out. Like, you're just going to be open to life in ways that make life more exciting, make you feel more at peace. And yeah, you're creating a life where you're a lot freer and having a lot more fun, and life is a lot warmer, and it feels a whole lot safer, even if it doesn't look any different, because you feel safe within yourself for once. And I cannot effing wait for you to experience that, because it's something that every human being deserves to experience, and it's something I know you will get. It's a place I know you'll get to. So, okay, we gotta keep moving. So what we're gonna look at now is channeled messages to soothe your worries. And specifically, I want these messages to show beliefs that, thoughts and beliefs that I think could really empower you and ease this nine of swords energy, but also the ones that upset you the most, or the ones that feel the most impossible. Those are the ones you should lean into the hardest. And instead of trying to figure out why, unless it's something where it's like, it's harmful, if you can discern the difference between that makes me uncomfortable because it makes me feel like I am wrong, or makes me feel like I am, if it makes you feel like less of a person or like invalid, then I would say, you know, that's maybe not something to lean into. But if it makes you angry or uncomfortable because you don't want to believe it's true, or because it contradicts a belief you've had, and what it's introducing is something you thought was inaccessible to you, that sort of discomfort and anger, that is something you should lean into, because you really have to ask yourself, why have I believed that this wasn't accessible to me, and who do I need to forgive? Probably you, in order to be open to it. Okay, pile number 3, Spirit. What beliefs, powerful beliefs and power thoughts does pile number 3 need to know, because they are already truths that they are able to access. Well, speak of the devil, or should I say the angel. I am willing to forgive. Forgiveness of myself and others releases me from the past. Forgiveness is the answer to almost any problem. Forgiveness is a gift to myself. I forgive and I set myself free. That's really what this is about, is freedom. In the words of our Lord and Savior, Janis Joplin, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. And you are really, I think you're going to be witnessing that next. In terms of what's happening next, you're going to be hanging with Bobby McGee. That's all I can say. It's going to be you and Bobby McGee. It's going to be you and Bobby McGee. Okay. What else, Spirit? What other thoughts and beliefs? We have, I trust the process of life. There is a rhythm and a flow to life, and I am part of it. Life supports me and brings to me only good and positive experiences. I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. And guess what? It's not just life bringing it to you. It's you trusting your inner wisdom to bring it to yourself, because I genuinely believe you were programmed to bring about the most amount of joy and brightness and light possible. It's just that society conditions us out of it. You know, society wants to condition you based on ego and how things should be, but we come to this earth with inherent qualities that just make us who we are. And when we tap into those things, like, there are powerful results because they're authentic to us. And I genuinely believe they're things like soul gifts, you know? Your inner child holds the keys to soul gifts that you've have yet to discover or thought have been lost to you. Okay, what else, Spirit? What other power thoughts? Ooh, this one also came out in another group. I have the perfect living space. I see myself living in a wonderful place. It fulfills all my needs and desires. It's in a beautiful location and at a price I can afford. If you don't believe that, it's time to. Because you know what? If you're trying to manifest some sort of success to get the perfect living space, you're not going to get there by thinking harder. I think if thinking harder would have gotten you there, you would have been there by now. You think plenty hard. It's just, it's actually, I think, an absence of thinking that would benefit you. And it will, because even if you are incapable of turning it off, it will shut off on its own. Okay, one more, Spirit. What beliefs does pile 3 need to hear? What is accessible to them, and what are the truths that they need to hear at this time to soothe their worries? Well, would you look at that? Freedom is my divine right. That's your theme, is freedom. I am free to think wonderful thoughts. I move beyond past limitations into freedom. I am now becoming all that I am created to be. You know, if only this card had just come out first, because like she just summarizes the reading, doesn't she? But then you would miss out on all the yaps and inappropriate jokes. So, you know, we got there when we got there. But that basically summarizes everything. That's what's happening next. What's happening next is the process to get to that. And not only know that, but be that. Because there's a difference between knowing and being. You can know that you deserve to be free and know that you want to be free and know that you technically are free. But there's a difference between that and actually feeling free and feeling that freedom enough to do what you feel you need freedom to do in order to create, if that makes sense. But maybe not, because I do feel like I've been butchering the English language quite a bit. That's another thing. I've had someone even criticize me because, number one, they were using me to learn English, which, number one, why? There's literally a million people you could have gone to before me. I'm not a good example of someone to learn English from. But also, they were complaining about how fast I talked. And I'm like, you literally could just change the playback speed to be slower. And also, this is a tarot reading. Like, why are you coming here to learn English? I mean, like, okay, like, I guess if you want to talk like a brain-rotted Gen Zer that is, you know, I don't think I'm the person to learn English from. And so that's the thing, is like, you just really don't even know what it comes down to is it's not you. You can literally be doing nothing and you'll still be doing something wrong. So set yourself free by not even allowing yourself to consider that there's something wrong with you or that this holds validity. Anyway, Spirit, what blessing is coming to pile number 3 next? Okay. We just had a bunch fall out, so I feel like a lot of blessings are coming, but the one that came out on top, which is the one I'm going to take, is I feel my heart's sacred wisdom supporting my soul unconditionally and restoring my being with deep and true love. Interesting. I'm going to shuffle you another one, but this, I feel like, is speaking to the fact, like, the reason why you're so full of rage, the reason why you're so angry, your heart's angry because it's being, like, because it's being ignored and denied, and it's got love to share, and things, like, your heart is angry on your own behalf because your mind is literally betraying you in an attempt to keep yourself safe, and that's not loving, that's ego. You're restoring yourself with deep and true love. And this deep and true love is for yourself. And not only for yourself, but for humanity. And your belief in humanity and your belief in the planet, in the world, and the creatures that inhabit it. And realizing that your healing matters. And also, when you create with love, you never lose. And also, when you create with love, nothing can ever truly be taken from you. Love is a resource that just continues to grow. But we'll do one more blessing. Yeah. Cleansed and energized, the sacral chakra births radical loving change to transform potential into paradise and dreams into destiny. Motherfucker. Okay, I knew I had to pull another one. I'm like, I don't even know how long this reading has been. It doesn't really matter. I don't time my readings because I say what I got to say, and we're going to take the time we need to take. And in this case, I definitely think that, like, you had to have two, because this is exactly what's happening. This is the Sun card. You're going to feel energized. You're going to feel cleansed. You're birthing radical loving change. You're literally going through the process right now of going from potential to paradise. You're turning your dreams into destiny. They were always meant to be there, but if you want to focus on healing any centers specifically, focus on the heart center and the sacral center, heart chakra, sacral chakra. Those will be really helpful. Wow. Okay. We still got to do pile 4. So pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you for being patient with me. Thank you so much for watching and for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. Thank you to everyone who does that. By doing that, it allows me to not have to take sponsorships. So I appreciate that. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out other videos of mine, especially ones with extendeds. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ACE to 10% off. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this helped and this is what you needed to hear. And I hope that I hope that you got what you needed from this. Because I feel like I said a lot, but I think I said a lot and not all of it may be for you, but I hope you got what you need, and I hope that you trust what wasn't for you was for someone else who needed it. And yeah, thank you guys so much for being here and for letting me read for you. I love you so much, and I hope you'll back to see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Ametrine sphere and the Odyssey Oracle, this is going to be a reading on what's next in life for you. And next is... the definition of next is whatever in the near future means to you. If something comes to mind immediately, like 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, I wouldn't say no longer than 3 months. If you thought 4 months, I might be like, whoa, buddy, I don't know if that's next, but you know what? More power to you. Whatever number or period of time you thought, and it rings as truth for you, take that. I'm just using the all-encompassing term of next to represent the near future and coming to you soon. Coming soon to a reality near you. And I should also mention that you will know this reading is not for you if the first question doesn't resonate. We're going to be looking at what you are releasing next, what is leaving your life next, and because of that, you can't release something that isn't there. So if you're like, this isn't in my life, I don't need to release this, I don't even have this, then choose another group. Okay. So, pile number 4. All the readings have been so cool so far. Like, even though this has been about what's next in life, this has really, like, I feel like been on a deeper level, like what's next in life on a soul deep level, which is sick. And all the readings have been really, really cool so far. So I'm excited to do yours as well. So pile number 4, Spirit. What are they releasing in their life next? What is being released next in pile 4's life? Okay. Then we're looking at what is happening next for pile 4. What is the next big thing occurring? What is happening in the present of pile 4's near future that they are going to be conscious of and dealing with? And then finally, we want to look at what is pile number 4 planting seeds for next. What are they creating for themselves next that will come into play even further into the future. Okay. Once again, first and last, I did this with the first group, and now I'm doing this with you guys. With the first group and you guys, I felt called to give a message based on what was on the bottom of the deck. And I forgot I did that in the other two groups, so it wasn't meant for them. Every group got something unique, actually. That's cool. That's fun. Okay. You have the pillar here, which is the Empress. And I feel like this is a message for you to let you know that no matter what phase of life you're currently in, or what phase of life you might be entering, you are still, first of all, like incredible, like an incredible human being. You know, the moon looks different because she be changing phases. Even when we can't see the moon, we know she's there, and we know she's iconic. She is gorgeous. She has no business looking as good as she does most of the time. The only time she doesn't look good is when I can't see her, really. And I feel like that applies for you, where you really judge yourself. I feel like you judge yourself the way maybe if the moon had human consciousness and was subject to the amount of psychological self-hating bullshit that anyone with a connection to technology witnesses on a daily basis, on top of the natural socialized self-loathing that we're taught growing up. I think if the moon had to deal with that too, she would have also believed that she was only valid when she was full. I feel like the moon would also believe that she is less of herself when she's in a different phase, because you're not seeing all of her. She's not full. But the moon is just as important, just as beautiful, and is still the same moon, the same planetary body, or I don't know, rotating thing around a planetary body that she was when she isn't full. She's the same moon. It's just her perspective of herself, or how much she's showing the world, you know, or how much we're seeing of her, right? And so the reason why this is coming through is because I feel like you really judge yourself based on this full moment, where it's like, when I'm at my best, when I'm at my brightest, when I'm at my most intense, when things are the most complete, I'm just kind of seeing it as like when you're the most confident and proud of what you're doing, like when everything feels like it's coming together, when everything feels like, when you just feel like you have a reason to feel good about how you're showing up with the world and how you're sharing yourself. But the thing you don't realize is you're just as wonderful in every other phase, when you're feeling less confident in yourself, when you're feeling uncertain, when you want to hide from the world, when you don't feel good about who you are. Like, you're still that same wonderful, incredible person, and your achievements, or the things that you feel like you need to have or need other people to see in order for you to be accepted, those things are not the things that make you you. The phase of the moon is not what makes the moon loved. The moon is loved because she's the moon. Like, she's the moon. Like, I don't think I've ever felt greater rage than when the TikTok kids try to hex the moon. Like, I'm still not over it. I'm like, and I'm sure they're paying dearly for that sort of crap. Oh, someone's driving. It's like 1 a.m. What are you doing outside? I just heard a really loud truck outside, so that could be significant for some of you, but and I don't know why that would be, but you are in constant bloom. And just because you can't see yourself accurately, I feel like only when you see yourself like in a positive light, then you're okay with being seen by others. That's the point of what I was trying to get to. But when you're not seeing yourself accurately, which more often than not is the case, and the extremes of it, I think, are different based on what's happening in your life and just where your mental health is at, where your physical health is at, a lot of different things. You're harboring under this illusion that, like, there's going to be this point in the future where you're always full, and where you always see yourself, and you always like what you see, and you always feel good because you've achieved certain things and you've done certain things. And that's just not the truth. Like, you are the moon. it doesn't matter whether we can see you or not. It doesn't matter whether you can see yourself or not. You are still loved, and you are still where you need to be, and you're still doing a great job, and you are still just a precious, precious, precious person that I just want to like wrap up in a blanket and like give a little smooch on the forehead and a big hug and let you know, like, you deserve this because you exist, not because of what phase you're in, period. Okay, let's get into the actual reading now. So let's start by looking at what is leaving your life next. So for that, we have Ascent and the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. So what is leaving your life? We're going to interpret the Queen of Pentacles a couple of different ways, but one thing that is leaving your life is it seems like you've been on an upward trajectory. It seems like you've been, you know, leveling up and moving up in the world. And I think how you've been leveling up and moving up in the world are ways in which you have made you feel more secure in yourself. Maybe you've been healing wounds around like mother wounds, or just wounds around like caring for yourself, nurturing yourself. It seems like you've been building more financial stability. And let me be clear, these things leaving your life are not this is a thing that's leaving your life not because you lost it or you don't deserve it. It's because it's a natural part of a cycle. But it seems like you've been ascending, and what's happening next is a shift where however you've been experiencing this ascension, whether it's, you know, gaining more financially or nurturing yourself better. I think I'm going to grab the Sovereign of Coins for this because there's definitely a message that I'm missing that I'm not going to pull out of my butthole. Yeah, if you're like, ASO, how do you do it? It's just like, I just pull everything out of my butt. I don't know. Like, actually, I really don't. It kind of moves through me. I'm not forcing something out like I'm constipated. It's just like spiritual verbal diarrhea coming out of my mouth. You guys got blessed with the poop and butt references. So, yay. Okay. All right. Weaver Tarot, Journey Edition. Okay, Sovereign is the Queen. Also, this could technically be a person. Oh my god, I'm literally in the wrong suit. Okay. Okay. We'll get there eventually. I am embodying the Earth suit because it's taking me 10 years to find the right card. Okay, financial security, nurturing. The Sovereign of Coins is reliable, nurturing, and grounded. While they have access to luxury, they prefer to keep their life simple. In the simplicity, they are able to truly present to those that are around them. They're able to be truly present to those that are around them. Don't let their focus on home life and relationships fool you. This person is formidable when it comes to business ventures as well. They have a lot of life experience, but are not necessarily older in age and can guide others with ease. Everything that the Sovereign of Coins does in support of those around them and creating a secure and everything the Sovereign of Coins does is in support of those around them and creating a secure and harmonious environment for them. When the Sovereign of Coins finds you, it indicates a desire for stability and wealth so that you can be generous to others. So that is what you have been doing. Okay, this is like what I was like trying to figure out what aspect of this is leaving, why this is leaving, because I was like, okay, if we have a potentially distressing message, I need to be prepared so that I can support you through this, because the last thing I'm ever going to do is leave you hanging in a distressing message. We're going to get empowered and make sure you're ready and prepared to handle it, but I don't think this is a distressing message, actually. This card also asks you to remember that in order to reach this place, one must see everything from a higher perspective. The Sovereign of Coins does not get reactive or caught up in the trivial. Embodying the Sovereign of Coins requires balance, practicality, and warmth. Try to be curious about where you can grow in these areas. So here's what's leaving your life. You've been giving of a lot of yourself to others, and this Sovereign of Coins being here is really telling me that like that has been in alignment for you. You've been serving a necessary purpose where not only have you been cultivating more stability for yourself, but that stability in turn has been really beneficial to those around you or in your care. So for example, if you are a parent, or if you have like if you have anyone that really relies on you, even if maybe they shouldn't, but someone that you love and care about, you know, whether they're family or considered family, it seems like you've had this mission that you've been on, and it's a very beautiful one that I want to commend. Is like very selfless and beautiful, but also I almost said selfish, and it's because there is a partially selfish intent in this, where part of you giving to yourself is because you feel like you have to in order to be worthy. But also I think that there's a part of you that likes feeling needed, likes others needing you. And I think that for a period of time, and I think this time is starting to wrap up, it has been beneficial for you to be needed and be in this pattern where others are maybe being enabled by your generosity, but at the same time you're growing and developing and learning in ways where it's okay, like it's permissible to occur because the learning necessary is helpful. And also it seems like others needing your help, or others being in your care, or taking responsibility for the well-being of others, even if it maybe wasn't necessarily yours to take to begin with, or not something you had to, it became a propelling force to motivate you to keep going when it got hard, to continue finding stability, to continue finding more. It's like you've been in this process of creating more stability and abundance materially, financially, and like just in terms of how you live your life, in terms of like, you know, just having the materials necessary to have a stable life. So like, for example, like one thing that I would be thinking of is like, if you have a car that, you know, is really is old or like unreliable, you know, when maybe you just wanted to scrap the thing and start taking the bus, the motivation of my family needs a car, I need a car so that I can go where I need to go, like maybe that motivation is what gets you to push a little harder, or, you know, work overtime for a while so then you can afford a down payment for a new car that's more reliable. And like, sure, it's not healthy in the long run, but maybe in the short term it was really helpful. So like one thing that I see that's leaving your life is generous behavior that supports not only your well-being and the well-being of others, but the thing is that in this kind of shadow of this pattern is not something that you need. And it's also something that will actually, if this dynamic is continued instead of released, it's just going to be an inhibitor rather than a fuel to propel you forward. It seems like being needed was a powerful catalyst to allow you to get to a level of material and financial security that you didn't have before. And I think that maybe you wouldn't have had the same motivations to get there if the only motivation were to just better your own life. It's kind of like, and I get this because I feel this way too, where like it is so easy for me to go above and beyond for others, but it is so hard to do the bare minimum for myself. Like I can justify sitting here for hours and like doing a reading because like I'm gonna give you the best every time, all the time, because I love you. But I also, you know, may not do yoga one day because I'm like, oh, well, I really should just start the reading, and like, oh, it's gonna take longer, and like another reason. Like it's very easy to just neglect yourself and channel that self-neglect into providing excellent care and pouring into others. And that has served you for a time. It is not going to serve you much longer. You've gotten what you've needed out of it, and those that have been enabled by this generosity it seems like it's coming time for them to also to begin their own process of ascension, where they learn to be maybe less dependent on those that used to enable them. And let's be clear, there's a difference between enabling and caretaking. The example that I would say is like giving of yourself in ways where, you know, if you're not needed, you might like feeling needed by them. They might think they need you, but if you were unavailable or if you were unable to do what they needed, they would find another way to get that need met or get what needs to be done. They are capable of finding someone else or finding a different solution. It's just they haven't been able to because they haven't had the opportunity to, because you've always been there to help them. And that doesn't mean you're like revoking your help altogether, but I think that this pattern it's starting to become more clear to you about how this pattern is draining you and no longer serving as a way to increase your abundance or motivate you to work extra hard or go the extra distance. Because number one, you're not meant to go the extra distance all the time. That is a quick recipe for extreme burnout. But also, pushing yourself so hard is not the Queen of Pentacles MO. And so I think one thing that is leaving your life is a more self-sacrificial idea of the Queen of Pentacles that is about providing and nurturing and caring for others and asking for little in return and finding a lot of value in giving and sharing and being of service to others. But I also think what's leaving your life are ideas around who you think you need to be or beliefs around like that you need to be there to save others or save someone else that is perfectly capable of saving themselves. I feel like that really what's leaving your life is a pattern that has allowed you to ascend to a place of relative stability and success. And I think, and obviously success is subjective, but I think you've successfully reached a place where it's like your situation is not dire. You have enough. If you're not getting an income or something like that, like things might be tight and might be a little stressful, but you can figure it out because you've, just created enough stability for yourself that the challenges of life are not enough to completely wipe out the progress and the work that you've done and what you've already built. It's like the challenges of life as they come, you've done enough building at this point to be able to weather those challenges and hold on to stability throughout that process until you're able to continue building again. I also think, though, that there's kind of been a with this Queen of Pentacles as well, I feel like one thing that's leaving your life is kind of this, I don't want to call it, I'm trying to find the right word. I don't want to call it stagnancy, but like, because it's technically not stagnancy, because I don't think you're stagnant in this. It's just that maybe it's comfortable, yes. But I think what's leaving your life is a type of a role that you've been playing, a role that you've been sitting in that doesn't really require you to move and reach, at least in ways that are uncomfortable to you, or at least in ways that take you outside of this role of providing for others, not only trying to build yourself and your life up, but bring up everyone else around you too. I think what you're realizing is that what's leaving you is this idea that you're responsible for the success and well-being of other perfectly capable adults. And just because you love them doesn't mean that, the ways we feel obligated to treat our loved ones are always the most beneficial actions to take, But it's hard. Like, of course you want to help your loved ones. And sometimes, like, in helping them, we're actually not helping them. And so I think what's leaving your life is a kind of an unhealthy, but actually beneficial pattern that you've been engaging in that allows you to be kind of in a parent role. So, well, I mean, it could literally be parenthood, but if it is parenthood, then I would think that maybe part of that is like you know, if your kid is demanding things of you that they're perfectly capable of doing, or, you know, relying on you in ways where they really could, it would actually benefit them to step up and grow a little bit. Like, I think you're recognizing what's leaving you is the feeling of comfortability in this pattern and feeling like there's nothing wrong with this pattern, or even recognizing it as a pattern. Because up until now, maybe up until this video, you haven't seen this as a pattern. You've seen this as an obligation. And now, obviously, if you are a parent, like, you have obligations, obviously, to care for the child, but you're not obligated to cater to their every whim and, you know, allow them to disrespect you, or, you know, reward destructive behavior or enable habits or behaviors that could lead to a lot more destruction in the future, or, you know, just lead to a dynamic that's draining and unhelpful and toxic. I feel like what's leaving is the usefulness of this cycle. And what you might find is that the cycle doesn't leave at first. What leaves first is the feeling of like, this works and there's nothing wrong with it. What's leaving is the blissful ignorance that comes from not realizing that a pattern you're comfortable in is actually holding you and those you love back. And the key to moving forward is breaking it. And it's really trippy when what used to fuel you and fulfill you and sustain you and support you becomes the very thing that drains and depletes you and makes you feel disconnected and like drained. But that's how it is sometimes, and that's how life can be. And I think that you're entering, what's leaving is this pattern working. It's about to stop working, and you're gonna release it, because you're gonna realize, because the root and the core intention of your actions, like, it's rooted in love and a genuine care. And like, yes, it feels good to be needed, it feels good to be wanted, but sometimes the most loving thing you can do is do the hard thing you know you need to do, because that is what is truly loving, you know? So that is what's leaving your life next. So let's see what's happening next. So what's happening while this is leaving? Interesting. So we have inheritance. And wow, okay, so talk about completing a cycle. I think that what's happening next is there's a lot of new entering your life. So I would actually be willing to bet a lot of you weren't surprised when I pointed out this cycle. Maybe I articulated or put into words what you were kind of sensing or feeling deep down, but just like hadn't put into words yet. I think, or maybe you knew there was something that needed to change, but you didn't know what, because like everything was working before. So why is it not working now? And it's not working now because you genuinely have leveled up. Like, this was only meant to work to get you to a certain place. And also the people that benefited from your help and generosity get to a certain place, so that then they could, you know, go forth and, you know, do their own things and you do your own things. And that doesn't mean you guys are doing your own things away from each other. It just means you're doing things differently and healthier and more aligned with who you're becoming. And it's definitely hard for those that benefited from not having to do that when, you know, when someone else does the hard things for them. And it's hard to leave those you love to figure out the hard things and to do the hard things on their own, because, you know, you could just do it and make their life easier. So it's really one of those things where it's like, life is about to get harder, but not in ways that are actually like, not in like genuinely cumbersome, like really hard life events. It's about to get harder in the sense that the only thing stopping you from greater liberation and a greater expansion of your own consciousness and expansion of selfhood, the barrier is only loving yourself enough to do and those that you love, loving them enough to do the hard thing that you know deep down is right, even if it's uncomfortable, and even if, you know, those who may not benefit from your generosity anymore don't understand why. And it doesn't mean that like you can never be generous again, but, you know, you might have to set some boundaries or do things differently or have boundaries where they weren't needed before. So what's happening next is you're completing a cycle. You're really coming full circle here and stepping into a new level of awareness, completion, fulfillment, and accomplishment. With the world here, there's a graduation of sorts. You could literally be graduating. You could be starting a new cycle. You could be completing, like something significant in your life could be ending. So for example, you could be moving to a different place, or you could be moving into a new era of your life. You could be, you could be just reaching an ending of sorts, which, I mean, you literally are, in the sense you're reaching an ending of a dynamic that has been present in your life for quite a while, and that has partially defined how you see yourself. But also, I think that there's a level of knowingness that's coming where there's like a fulfillment and an acceptance and a feeling of completion around the past cycles you've been in, about your past in general. And just this, like, it's like, you know, you're ready for something new, ready for something more, ready for a new journey, a new cycle. And so what's happening next is that awareness, getting the completion and the fulfillment, and becoming open and aware and starting to receive the beginnings of some sort of new inheritance. Well, and here's what's really interesting. So I think that your generosity is going to be repaid. Maybe literally. Like, I feel like for some of you, you could be like, some people maybe that have benefited from your generosity will be repaying it in some way or stepping up in some way. But I actually think, while that is an interpretation there, I think this inheritance is more about a new level in life that you're stepping up to a new level in life. I think in a lot of different ways, but in the most important way, the term role keeps coming, like ROLE. And maybe in an acting sense, if some of you, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think that talented people, actors, you know, wouldn't be watching me. People with good taste typically do, and anyone can have good taste. Congratulations for having good taste. But what's happening next is you are inheriting a new role, and it's a role of being that is new to you, or you haven't been a part of for a long time. And maybe this role is simply just discovering who you are in this new phase of life, discovering parts of yourself that you weren't able to access because you were giving so much of yourself away and didn't have the time and energy to explore. It could be spiritual gifts that are coming online. It could be a blessing of some sort, like a new job, a new relationship, or an upgrade of an existing job and relationship, or opportunity or project or the skills needed to create a project that you wouldn't have had before. It really, what it seems like is this cycle of giving so much of yourself is leaving your life. And what's entering what's entering, the things that are entering your life are coming in because now you're actually ready for them. This cycle that you were in had value and was important, but it also had a use of priming you for this next stage of your life where you're meant to inherit more. And I feel like a lot of this is like ancestral gifts, spiritual gifts, a deeper purpose, different desires, different lessons. Basically, this next phase of your life is going to require you to be, I hate this word, but it's going to require you to be more selfish. But the thing is that selfishness is not inherently selfish. You only view it as selfish because if you're still engaging in this cycle, there's a part of you deep down that feels like you need to, or you're obligated to give so much of yourself. So it feels selfish, or it feels wrong to invest more time and energy into yourself, but that's necessary because a lot of the love and care you have been giving to others it's being redirected back at you in ways that will allow you to really level up in some powerful ways. Like you've already leveled up to the point where you're ready for this, but this is like, this is big. And what I mean by that is like, this cycle is going to change you in ways forever. You're going to discover parts of yourself and parts of your nature and parts of life that maybe you haven't experienced yet that become so meaningful, so peaceful, so powerful, so important, so true to you, that the thought of them not being a part of you or a part of your life or a part of you or part of your life, like it is unfathomable. Like it's hard to even remember a time where this job, this relationship, this attitude, this lifestyle wasn't a part of your life. What you're inheriting, like the fact that we have inheritance in the world here, you've given of yourself in ways to help set others up that you love and care about for their own success, to develop themselves enough to be able to cultivate a life they actually want. Not only have you been cultivating a life you want for yourself, you've also been helping others cultivate that for themselves. Well, kind of. You've been helping others feel supported in their own endeavors, even when maybe it would have been more supportive for them to go on their own. But maybe they needed you to help them establish and establish themselves and get on a more solid ground. And maybe they really did need your help and they needed your support. Like obviously, like yeah, like you have a kid and it's like 1 and you're like, well, you're on your own, kid. Like I listen, I helped you for a year. Like what do you want from me? Obviously nothing like that, but you know, there was a time where giving so much of yourself was beneficial to you and likely beneficial to those who needed your help. But you know, over time that changes, and I feel like you have been a helpful source for some of those people to see that. I think what's really great is like in taking away a lot of what you've been giving away, a lot of people that have been taking your generosity for granted will realize how much you were doing and will realize how exhausting it was. And some of them might feel really bad for how much pressure they put on you, or truly begin to realize how much stress you are under, or how hard it is to be so selfless and giving and nurturing and compassionate and understanding all the time. And I think what you're going to realize is you have a lot, like things get done a lot more quickly and you have a lot more energy, and life just feels, you feel like you're in a completely different place in life, and you feel so much more accepted and accomplished just because you have the room, the energy, and the level of consciousness necessary to receive things you were always meant to receive that needed more time and energy dedicated to them, that will just help you break free into an even more powerful, badass, expansive version of yourself. Like you are really stepping into a level of life where the world is your oyster, and the world as you knew it becomes a distant memory, and the world that you start to inhabit is one where you're like, I didn't realize that life could be this exciting, fulfilling, thought-provoking, expansive, and empowering. I feel like the hardships that it might require, the hardships that might be required of you to break free from this cycle will dissipate so quickly once you start receiving what is meant to take this cycle's place. And what's meant to take this cycle's place is just a deeper, stepping much more deeply into your own purpose. So like an example that I'm seeing here is, you know, if you are a parent, for example, you know, maybe you're becoming an empty nester, or, you know, something like that. And now you have more time and energy on your hands, or you're finally freeing yourself to have more time and energy because you're like, if I don't, no one will give it to me. And now that you have this more of this time and energy, it's like a whole new world that is available to you that wasn't before, and parts of you that you couldn't have discovered about yourself before become apparent to you. And for some of you, I do feel like there is a love component to this. Like, if your love life has taken a back seat, or if your love life has suffered because of this pattern, I think that your love life is going to be expanding in ways that are really powerful. Whether you're already in a relationship, whether maybe you are, and you could be like totally single and have no desire for a relationship. You might change your mind once you meet the right person, or once you reach this place, because you are a lover, that's for sure. You've always had a big heart, but I think that love is about to find you in much more profound and deep ways than you've ever witnessed. And like, here's the thing, this pattern arose originally because of love. And now love is ready to show you an even deeper, more aligned, more balanced, more empowering, evolved form. You're ready for a deeper, more evolved form of love that doesn't require sacrifice, but rather is rooted in mutual reciprocity and genuine love, respect, kindness, and connection. And even if it isn't a romantic relationship that is involved here, ultimately you are becoming a version of yourself you couldn't be in this previous cycle. And the things that you thought were inherent to you, the things that you thought were like, this is just how I am, this is just my personality. Like, for example, you might think like, oh, I'm always going to be single, I'm never going to want a relationship. You're going to realize, oh no, it turns out I just don't want a relationship with the wrong type of person. Or, oh, I guess I could be a relationship person. I guess it turns out I actually want a relationship if it's the right person. Or it turns out I actually am, you might believe in nothing and then realize, oh, actually, I have a really powerful intuitive connection to the universe. And you might have visions of a past that you don't even understand, and then realize like, I'm seeing things that my ancestors saw, and like, I'm connected to them in ways that you may not even realize. Like, I really feel like you actually came to this planet because of the love that you carry. Like, your soul has so much love to give. And I feel like that's part of why, you know, it is so it is or will be challenging for you to break this cycle, because it feels like you're taking love away, or saying you're not loving someone by not helping them in the way that they're telling you they need help, or not helping them in a way that feels good for you, or that you know you can provide, even if it's draining or frustrating or whatever. And now you're stepping into a level of love where you're recognizing sometimes love asks us to do what is hard so that we can set those that we care about free, and so that we can set ourselves free and see where love is asking us to grow, and asking us to evolve, and asking us to step into new forms. Because one thing that I think that you find very comfortable about this, and it makes sense, is there is a position of power in providing and in helping. And when you feel responsible for that and for those that you're helping, it's really easy to then be under this belief that like that's a big part of where your sense of self comes from. And also, you really don't, one of the greatest parts of helping others is that you don't have to look at yourself. Anyone raise your hand if you've ever had a relationship with a diagnosed narcissist. I'm raising my hand horizontally to let you know I'm there too. And I will say the biggest and most profound pattern in that relationship was I found someone even more dysfunctional than me, so that I could channel all my energy in trying to keep them okay, so that I don't have to focus on the horrors that are existing in my own psyche and within me. Don't have to work on myself if I'm constantly working on someone who takes my time and energy, right? But see, like, that's an excellent example of like a relationship that ultimately served me, because it taught me everything about what I do not want. And I needed that experience to learn what a relationship with a diagnosed narcissist looks like. And also I needed to learn, wow, I really am lovable, because all my ex did was just mirror me back to myself. Like, I fell in love with me. And then when the mask came off, it was like, oh, who are you? And I think that for you, that's what's going to happen. The mask is going to come off and you're not even going to realize it was a mask, but it was. Because that mask allowed you to hide from the most vulnerable parts of yourself that maybe you knew existed deep down and maybe that you've yearned to tap into, but it was easy to write off because other people need you. You've got these responsibilities. Well, there's no more justifying it. There's no more beneficial aspects to this cycle and that nature. And what you're going to realize is that part of the reason why maybe you were avoiding yourself is because you were believing that mask was real, or you didn't even realize you were so detached from yourself. I think that what's happening next is you're really coming back to yourself. And what you're going to find is that if you've been feeling drained or depleted, you're going to feel restored really fast, because there's going to be so much happening and like so much growth and expansion and so much like to discover about yourself. Like you're entering a whole new world. There's so much to explore. It's so exciting. It's like, I feel like you're literally going from, once again, referencing the 1939 Wizard of Oz, going from the black and white Kansas scenery to the Technicolor world of Oz. And really what you're coming to discover is that you're just an incredibly expansive being, and there's so much to discover about you. But how good it feels to be open to these parts and be open to the new and be open to what the universe is bringing to you, because you'll find it to be so liberating, and you will realize like, wow, this is true joy. Like, I think it makes you feel good and it makes you feel happy to serve others, but I don't think you've experienced, and I think that true joy can be experienced in that when it's not like in an unhealthy pattern, because of course it feels good to give to others, but I don't think you've ever experienced the true joy of self-actualizing in a way where what you see, you don't judge or run away from, but realize is a really cool part of you that maybe an older version of you would have judged or thought you needed to hide, and you will realize like, no, this is actually really powerful. I also think for some of you, love is really going to challenge you to be kinder to yourself and to follow these, like the spiritual inheritance you're getting is going to cause you to have these it's not urges. It sounds kind of like dirty. These powerful currents. You're going to experience these powerful currents flow through you. And this is divine source wisdom. These powerful currents are going to move you in ways to share more of yourself in ways that are confronting and scary. Whether that is being more emotionally vulnerable with people who are not dependent on you. Because that's another thing. People that depend on you, you have control over. And, you know, you may not want to literally be controlling of other people, but I do think that it's kind of nice to be the one in control, right? And if you are someone who likes to have control, one of the hardest parts of the spiritual path is letting go of control and trusting in what is and what these greater divine currents ask of us. And so the true joy that you're going to experience is when you cross that threshold between the instinct or the impulse or the urge or the current that is telling you to do this new thing, to express yourself in this way, to do whatever that feels outside, that feels wrong or outside of your personality. Even though it excites you, it's like, well, I don't do things like that. Well, I've never done that. Well, I don't know if that's safe. And realizing and doing it anyway. And experiencing the liberation and joy that exists in discovering something new about yourself and realizing you can do things that you thought you couldn't. And not only can you do things that you thought you couldn't, but they feel really good to do. And you feel more like yourself, and you actually have more energy and time because life is lighter, more fun, and aligned with the person you're becoming. It's like you are ready for a new level of responsibility for your own expansion, where the universe is no longer going to allow you to ignore the ways in which love is asking you to step more deeply into yourself and embody more of your truth rather than what others just want to see from you. I definitely think as well, you are stepping into a time where you recognize how genuinely fulfilling it is to just see yourself clearly and recognize there's an infinite world of possibilities of who you could become and like new discoveries out there, but also you're going to be inheriting and discovering, if not discovering, then just solidifying things in your life that have a lot of meaning to you that maybe you haven't been able to dedicate the amount of time and energy you've wanted to because of things like this cycle, because of, you know, other obligations and restrictions. You're reaching a level of healing that is allowing you to free yourself and really start afresh, start anew, start fresh, and discover a whole new world of personality that lies within you, and discover and look at the world with new sets of eyes, new possibilities. It really makes me think of, this is like an intense version, but the end of Evangelion movie where like all the characters are clapping and being like, congratulations, Shinji. Like this really feels like what's happening next is the whole universe is being like, congratulations, Pile 4. Like, you know the truth. You know the truth that's in your heart and what you need to choose. And in choosing that, that's what allows this world and this inheritance to open up. And it's like, okay, now it's time to love yourself so hard that you don't turn away from the things that life is asking you to do, because not because they would be bad or hard, but because they would make your heart happy and make your life more fulfilling and full. A lot of your life has been full of others' needs, and now it's time for your life to be full of not only your needs, but your desires, your wants, your wishes, your goals, your purpose, your frivolous pursuits that are just as meaningful because you like them. You're entering a time where it's time to live for you and not for others. And maybe you needed that for a time, but you don't need it anymore. And the others that benefited from that, they're going to be okay. And you're going to help them more by asking them to help themselves. So with that being said, we're there. So let's see, while you're here in this beautiful world position. Actually, before we do that, I do want to see what the world card says, because you know what? Like, I just want to see if there's anything like concrete that would be exciting to you. If this one talks about anything. Achievement, wholeness, alignment. You've reached a new level of wholeness. You have a sense of completeness and closure as things have come together for you in a beautiful way. This is the time for celebration, as you have indeed triumphed. Spirit is sending you a huge congratulations. Ha! See? Congratulations. I told you. Congratulations, Shinji. Or whatever your name is. So make sure to drink it in. Now is not the time to be planning or setting off to build anything else. Simply be present in this accomplishment. While it is human nature to always be looking towards the next thing, we are able to stay in the game longer if we celebrate our victories. Okay, so I think actually the reason why I need to read this was the guidance to be present in this fulfillment and this wholeness, because you might just want to move forward with it, especially if you have like a masculine Mars or a lot of just like masculine energy. You might just want to take this feeling of completion and just move forward instead of sitting in it. But also, one thing I do want to mention about this inheritance is like, while these beautiful things come into your life, because like I would say the world, yes, is talking about a feeling of completion and wholeness, but this wholeness is like more expansive than just one moment or something to savor. It's like something that exists and is just being built upon to make you even more whole. I can't say the word whole without hearing Danny DeVito say you gotta pay the troll toll. to get in that boy's hole. That is from The Night Man Cometh. It is an excellent piece of art. Actually, if I could show aliens one thing about Earth, it would probably be that, and that only. Okay. Finally, of course, the night man cometh to let you know that the night is over, because you are the day man. Okay? You're the day man or woman or person. And it's your day, your time to live your life. And guess what? You can't even fathom how good it's going to feel once you're there. And when you are there, you're going to be like, wow, I now have a whole new world that I was not expecting. You know, obviously I'm hearing that Disney song from Aladdin, like a whole new world, but like you literally are entering a whole new world, and it's one that is far more fulfilling, like perpetually, because your choices are so much more aligned with you rather than aligned with what you feel obligated to do or what you have felt comfortable doing. So what the seeds you're planting for the future, we have Galt and we have the King of Cups. This is powerful. This is so powerful, actually. So the seeds that you're planting for your future is a level, and actually this is really cool too, because I'm pretty sure every single group got a king card, or maybe not, I could be wrong. I've been at this for a hot minute, but having the King of Cups here tells me that if you are vulnerable to emotional manipulation, or if people are able to control you through things like guilt or shame or, you know, things like that, you are no longer going to be susceptible to that. You're going to see it for what it is. And I don't think you're going to take it personally, but you are going to recognize, like, this person might fully believe that me not doing what they want is shameful or, you know, is a bad thing or is detrimental to them, but they just need to realize they don't need it to realize that it's actually not detrimental. Like, I think what you'll realize is that it's not compassionate to you to overextend yourself and do things only because someone else made you feel guilty. But I think really what this is talking about is a level of emotional maturity and a level of connection to your heart that is so strong and profound that the conscious brain patterns and intrusive thoughts or uncomfortable thoughts or lingering past thoughts, worries, fears, basically any like unwanted, uncomfortable, or limiting thoughts. I think it's especially negative limiting thoughts, like thoughts like, for in your case, for example, like, I really should just go help them. Like, you know, I don't want them to struggle, or I don't want them to suffer. And it's like, do you really think they're struggling and suffering that hard because you won't get out of bed at 3 a.m. and, you know, take them home? Like, they can call an Uber, you know, do you really need to do that? Like, maybe you just deserve to sleep. And maybe like the mature part of you, we're coming up with fake examples now, as if I don't already, but you're basically like your heart is overpowering your mind. So your heart is topping your mind in powerful ways. Your heart is your heart is so powerful. It is where your brain once used to be dominant. Your brain's becoming the submissive. And actually what your brain is discovering is that it really likes being submissive and submissive and bred with the heart's wisdom. Your mind's going to be a lot more peaceful. But one thing you're going to discover is a lot of uncomfortable thoughts, like a lot of just mental patterns and habits you've cultivated, especially in this cycle and over time. Like the things that, you know, the things you feel obligated to, the things that make you feel guilty, you know, the things where you're like, I should just do it, or, you know, I feel bad not doing it, or, you know, I haven't been focusing on other people, I've been only focusing on myself. Just negative, limiting beliefs that have no root in reality, but held a lot of truth for you in the past. Those thoughts are still going to be there as you make these profound changes. Because while you're expanding spiritually and emotionally and likely physically too, like you might even notice that your face looks different, or like you're almost brighter as this change happens. Like people might even say like, you look different somehow, or like you look happier, like something like that. Your physicality might literally change based on these changes that are happening. But one of the changes that's going to happen or one of the things that's not going to change is immediately overnight, and is your mind. Because the mind is a creature of habit that loves and craves familiarity and what's the same. And it is likely that you have some pretty deeply rooted thought patterns around this cycle that are going to take a lot of time and patience for you to truly release and not be affected by. And I will say, as this is starting, there will be times where you likely revert back into this old pattern, because the distress that those thoughts create are enough for you to revert, because the discomfort of them and the uncertainty of their truth and the fear of what if it is true is not powerful. It is still stronger than the loving truth you're in the process of integrating and grounding, which you are, and it will. But it's going to be kind of a process where the mind is going to have to, it will loosen its grip over time. But what's going to be really beneficial for you and the seeds that you're planting is a level of heart connection and emotional maturity. I know I already said that. I know I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry, but like there's so many elements here. And I sometimes I have to literally circle back to what I was talking about to make sure I'm in the right place. Like sometimes I need to remind myself because there's so much going on. You're reaching a point where your heart has enough wisdom to see what the mind is doing and observe it without judging it, but also recognizing the connection to how those negative thoughts impact you emotionally, and how the intensity of those emotions in an effort to relieve them might cause you to act in ways that regress back into this old pattern. And it's okay if you do, because every time you do, what it's showing you is this is not the answer, this is not the solution, this is not working. And each time you regress, it's going to become even more apparent. You should have done the other thing. I shouldn't have given in, or I shouldn't have done that, because it's going to feel like crap, or it's not going to be appreciated, or, you know, you're going to go out of your way and then, you know, it's just going to fall through, or it's going to be really frustrating. It's just going to be clearer and clearer to you. Clear enough to the point where eventually these thoughts are going to surface and your heart is going to have the wisdom to say, I accept the discomfort of letting other people be responsible for their own journeys. And I accept the discomfort required to not abandon myself in the face of my fears, or in the face of uncertainty, in the face of discomfort. I'm willing to accept the discomfort because I know love is asking me to expand. I know love is asking me to stretch further than I have before, and I know my heart is capable of it, and I know in my heart that love is asking me to do the hard thing, to take a step back, or to set a boundary, or to not let those negative thoughts just run wild. So I think what you're also creating is just a more loving inner world, and that also further validates for me why I do think a love, like a romantic relationship, could be involved in this, unless you're aromantic or something, where either you're connecting a lot more deeply to a partner already in your life, or a partner coming into your life is helping you see, I feel like the way that they will love you, or the way that they do love you, or the way that they will be showing their love for you, will help you become aware of the deficits that you have been unaware of in your pursuit of service, where your own needs have been neglected. You know, it's easy to not realize a need is there when it's never met, right? So I feel like you will have someone who is very compassionate and nurturing and loving, doing the same things that you're doing, but to you, and it's gonna make you so uncomfortable. You're gonna have such a hard time receiving it. You're not gonna know what to do with it, because you're gonna be like, I don't know how to receive this. I only know how to give this. And that's the thing. This is about 69ing unconditional love. Oh my God. Okay. I would honestly understand if someone was like, all right, ASO right to jail. That one was... We really out here in pile 4. The boundaries that I have to my unhingedness have fully dissipated. So yeah, the seeds you're planting for the future will allow you to 69 unconditional love instead of just only giving to people who will only receive. You are understanding mutual reciprocity, and also understanding you're being given a mirror to show you outside of yourself the type of treatment you deserve. And I think that will just further reinforce the hard decisions you have to make in the name of unconditional love. Because unconditional love is not truly unconditional love if it's not first extended to you. But I think what that's going to do is really free yourself from the thoughts that keep you trapped or that could cause you to regress. So, you know, what's happening next is really the powerful, fulfilling, like the completion, the full circle moments, the making room, making space for the new, coming into like deeper union with yourself, deeper union with the world, you know, just stepping in, completing a cycle that allows you to step into a new phase and a new life for yourself that is so much better than you can even comprehend, because you can't even imagine or picture how good this next phase of life is going to feel, and you are always deserving of it. Like, and when you can't understand why or have a hard time receiving it, just remember how good it felt for you to give in those ways, and understand that whether it's from the universe, a lover, a friend, or just someone who cares about you, receiving that same love in return, you're giving them the opportunity, number one, to feel how good it feels to give and to share and show your love to someone you love and care about, but also it's helping you learn to be comfortable with receiving that love and recognizing that you don't have to do anything to earn it. It's being given because you're you and because you exist and because you're the fucking moon. You're the fucking moon, and everyone loves the moon, and anyone who doesn't love the moon is literally like, dude, if you don't love the moon, like, I don't want to know you. Like, you have problems that I'm not interested in. Like, I just can't even fathom a reality where you don't love the moon. So, like, you will not be able to fathom a reality where people that, like, people that don't love you or don't have true intentions, they cannot last, because your heart will see right through them in 2 seconds. And receiving genuine love outside of you, because and not because of what you do for someone else, but just because of who you are, like, this type of love that you're going to be receiving is just because it's like this person or these people love you. It's not going to be based in anything about what you give them. It's not going to be dependent in you giving things. And I think that's going to be really uncomfortable for you, because you're going to feel like you didn't deserve it. But the thing is it's not about deserving. It's about the fact that you're just inherently lovable and a wonderful human being. And and you would see that more clearly if you had more access to the parts of yourself that you haven't had the time and energy to explore, because you've been giving away so much of yourself. It's like, how can you have like a really strong sense of self-worth if you don't even know who you are or what you're truly about, right? So I definitely think what you're going to realize in the seeds that you're planting for the future, the love you're going to be receiving from the world is going to be so profound and so heart healing, shifting, opening, that you see through your fearful thoughts. They can't manipulate you in the same way they once did. Anybody that manipulated you emotionally, they're not going to be able to do that anymore, because you're going to feel their desperation and recognize, like, I see what you're doing. I don't take it personally, and I love you enough to let you figure it out. If you're smart enough to try to manipulate me, you're smart enough to figure it out on your own, right? And I think for you, you're also going to realize, like, I think one of the healing things that's going to be there for you is this recognition of, I know I already said this, but I need to hammer it home harder. Like, you don't need to earn or accomplish to be loved. You just, like, you are so lovable as you are. And if you're wondering, like, if you want to know who the type of person is that that is this person, or how you'll know that, like, this, like, if you're asking about a romantic relationship, like, how will I know who that person is? You'll know because the love you receive from them is so genuine, and they don't ever, like, ask of you things. They're respectful, they're loving. Well, that Corinthians quote, like, love is patient, love is kind, it simply allows and forgives, does not boast, does not brag. So, like, they'll behave in ways like that, but also it will be evident and apparent that they love who you are at your core, not what you do, not what you achieve, not what you do for them. They love being around you. And I think how you'll really know it's them is, like, you'll feel at home with them, and you'll feel like you can truly be yourself with them, and you'll know that all parts of you are welcome, and that you're not being judged, and that they love you for who you are, not what you can bring to the table. And it's just going to be so pure. It's like, the only way I can describe it is like going from drinking sewer water full of rat shit to drinking the finest, most distilled, freshest water in the world, and realizing, oh, one of these allows me to satiate my thirst, the other literally gives me life and gives me new appreciation for water and hydrates me on levels I have never experienced before. Your heart's gonna be so damn hydrated on a metaphorical level. You're just going to be overflowing with love. It's literally the Ace of Cups, my dude. And the level of emotional maturity you have, like, you'll just have much healthier boundaries in general, not only with yourself, but with others, and much more reasonable expectations. And the beautiful thing is that you don't have to stop being generous. You just rebalance it and circle back some of that generosity to you, and become more comfortable receiving generosity and love and kindness from others. And and you just have to stop being a hypocrite and recognize that it's really unfair to give all that love away and not let yourself receive any. That's setting yourself up for failure. And also, that's not fair to the others that do love you, that want you to share their love with you. They want you to feel how much they love you. And even if those people aren't in your life yet, they're going to be here soon. And even if those people are not a huge part of your life, if you know who they are, or if you're already in a relationship with them, things are about to get a lot deeper. And I think that that's probably something you've been wanting, or that's something that you've been manifesting or desiring, or maybe something you guys have talked about. If you're already in a relationship and a lot of this stuff has gotten in the way of the two of you connecting, you're really going to know, like, especially if you're already with them, there's going to be this recognition of, wow, they love me so much. They've put up with this pattern for, years, decades, or whatever. And they still love me, and they are patient with me. And I think you'll recognize, like, just, wow, like, there's nothing you could do to earn love like this. Love like that is only given and received because it's true. And that's what you're planting the seeds for: true love for yourself, for others, maybe for a romantic love, getting it from a romantic love, for life itself, for what you do, for what you create. And now you have a new tool to go to battle with, to fight negativity, to fight fear, to fight darkness, to fight manipulation, deception, illusion. And it's the light and love of truth, or the truth that's rooted in light and love. Okay, that was like a whole ass thing. So thanks for bearing with me with that. We're going to go ahead and get some... I'm going to take this one off the top because it's been on the top and I'm like, wow, I feel like this is really apt. But we're essentially getting power beliefs and power thoughts that the universe is bringing to you, because these are things that are actual truths, even if they might make you uncomfortable. But you can start making them less uncomfortable by saying them, reading them, integrating them, and believing them. Even if they don't make sense, even if they're uncomfortable, because ultimately they will set you free. So all my relationships are harmonious. When we create harmony in our minds and hearts, we will find it in our lives. The inner creates the outer always. So yeah, the harmonious relationship you're cultivating with yourself is allowing you to have more harmonious relationships with others. Because here's the thing too, you could be the perfect partner and the perfect person, but you're not going to have a harmonious relationship if you don't allow your partner to shower you with the same love and care. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fair to them, and that makes them feel disconnected from you and pushed away. And that also leaves you not getting to receive this beautiful offering, right? You deserve the love that you give to others, and that the love that you give to others is available to you. And if it's not in your world yet, it's on its way. I'll tell you that much. And it doesn't have to be in the form of a romantic relationship. Let me make that clear. But I do feel that here, and I do sense that here. So I want to highlight that. Okay. What else, Spirit? What other truths are available to pile number 4 now that they are ready to integrate? I am safe. It's only change. I cross all bridges with joy and ease. The old unfolds into wonderful new experiences. My life gets better all the time. You know, it's funny. These cards are really summarizing what took me like 20 years to get out. It's crazy. But you know what? Tarot readings are about my journey to getting to the point, not the point itself. If that were the case, then get your ass on TikTok, all right? I am a long form queen, and I take my, well, I mean, I do my best. I try not to take this long, but I just have fun sitting here and talking to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I give you more content and that I like connecting with you and being myself. And I'm sorry that I'm actually not sorry about it, because you fully have the free will to click off if you don't like it. Anyway, yeah, like this is the thing. Like, it's gonna feel so uncomfortable and it's gonna feel like it's not safe. But as soon as you step into like these changes, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, this feels awesome. Like, oh my gosh, like life can feel this good. Yeah, life can feel even better. I'm hearing Life We Live by Project Pat in my head. And here's one thing I will say as well. If you wanted to hear messages about money, if you were hoping to hear messages about increased financial abundance or increased financial security, this is the key to getting there. And you might not realize it, but it is. Like, actually, a romantic relationship or like a change in your relationships or a deeper relationship with yourself could be the very thing you need in order to increase your abundance. But I feel like by that point, you're not even going to be concerned about it. And that's when it's going to flow effortlessly to you, because you're going to realize you were always deserving of it. I definitely feel like there's a part of you deep down that believes that you have to struggle and work for every dollar that you earn and for every act of affection you receive. And the universe is really wanting you to step into a new reality. Oh my God, I just got deja vu so hard. The universe wants you to step into a new reality where you realize you are allowed to receive simply because you exist. You are allowed to live a life full of love and joy, and that's actually your divine birthright. And it's your divine birthright to have harmonious relationships, to love others and be loved by others. It's your divine birthright to discover who you truly are and set yourself free and unleash the beauty of you that is a constant unfoldment of infinite wonderful things, and be present with that process of discovery. It would be such a sad and shameful, it would be not shameful on you, but a shame in general if you were stuck in this cycle forever. You never will be. I mean, this is going to happen, and it was going to happen anyway, whether you came to this reading or not. It's just that you're gonna feel like you might feel like your world is crumbling apart as this cycle disappears, and what you're realizing is that your world is actually becoming accessible to you for the first time in your life, because the energy, time, focus, and consciousness needed to get to the world you want to be in and that you've dreamed of, that is on this threshold between what's leaving and what's happening next, stepping into this new life. This change is what is going to bring you there. Okay, what else, Spirit? What power thoughts are here for pile 4? What beliefs are true for pile 4 that they need to integrate into their psyche? I can release the past and forgive everyone. I free myself and everyone in my life from old past hurts. They are free and I am free to move into new glorious experiences. Yeah, I really do think you need to forgive yourself, and if you forgive others, that's on your terms in your own way. I will say forgiveness is not absolving people of harm or saying that what they did was okay. It's just freeing yourself from holding on to what happened and keeping it in your psyche. So forgiveness is ultimately about you. So whenever you're ready to do that, you can do that. But I think the only person you're required to forgive on the spot is yourself. For whatever you still feel shame for whatever you feel bad about. And you actually really do need to apologize to yourself for how much you've been sleeping on your own lovability and how much you've been sleeping on the blessings that have been trying to break down your door. Okay, one more, Spirit. Any more power thoughts? Yep, the past is over. This is a new day, one that I have never lived before. I stay in the now and enjoy each and every moment. So yeah, you're entering a level of presence that you've never experienced before. And I think it's going to be really empowering, where you realize, like, what you were so afraid of happening that kept you trapped, that kept you stuck, that kept you living a life that was safe, you will realize those were only illusions keeping you small. Because I think the devil, you know, the things that hold us back and chain us, keep us trapped and stuck, that was really just, you know, your own inner devil, or the devil coming and telling you that, it basically just tricking you into thinking that everything you dream of and everything that you desire would just turn into your biggest fears. It's like painting the most beautiful things and the most beautiful aspects that your soul chose to experience this lifetime, and trying to trick you into believing that those things will be bad or terrible or emulate some sort of traumatic experience or painful experience or pattern that you've witnessed in others. And I think what you need to know is that the experiences you're about to step into and the life that you're creating for yourself is so new that I think it will even be different to a lot of the people around you. They might not even believe the experiences you're having, or say, for example, the type of relationship you're in, or the type of changes you're making, or what you're doing, because it's so different from what the people around you are used to. But the thing is you're here to show them a healthier version of what love can look like, and what healthy change can look like, and what personal development looks like, and the rewards that come from taking the risk of being vulnerable and opening up to something that is greater than just you, and that is outside of your comfort zone, and that while maybe doesn't feel safe, it is safe, but it also contains the most powerful changes and life-altering, consciousness-expanding experiences possible, that show the world a new way of living that is lighter, more loving, easier, freer, and more gentle than what we were taught and conditioned to believe. Like, and truthfully, like, this is not just about you. This pattern that you're going through is about you, But it's also not about you in the sense that you're here to show people what's possible. You're one of the ones that is capable of rewriting the narrative and changing and growing in ways that you couldn't have even fathomed. I feel like the person that you're becoming is someone you never thought you would be. Maybe you dreamed of being when you were young, but thought was an illusion or couldn't be real. Maybe you thought it was a fantasy. And now you realize the only reason it was a fantasy was because I didn't believe it existed and I just didn't know how to ground it yet. But now I do, and now it's here, and now it's real, and now I can be the example to the loved ones in my life and show them that there's so much more possible than what our limiting beliefs tell us. And that's really, you're going from a limited, small, safe, unfulfilling reality to an expansive, ever-evolving, exciting, but kind of scary shift in life where you move from fear to love, from control to surrender, from relying only on you to opening up to the intelligence of the universe and the kindness and love of others to walk along with you on your journey. You are becoming a you so new and so different to what you've witnessed. Like, you couldn't have planned it if you tried. You just get to witness the unfolding of the person you've never met before and realize you feel more connected to them, to this version of yourself, than any other past version of yourself, and you love who they are. Oh my God, it's so over. Like, you are just going to do so many wonderful things in the name of authenticity, love, and truth, and the wisdom you get from it, and the ways that you will help others by just sharing your wisdom and living by example and showing others what's possible. You're literally helping and changing the world in much more powerful ways than just self-sacrifice or martyrdom could ever achieve. That was bars. I was like, okay, that was some tea. Okay, so we're finishing off now, finally. Thank you for, okay, if you're here with me this long, leave a rose emoji or like comment a flower or your favorite thing I said, because I have fully no clue what I said, although I do remember I said the 69 thing, which, like, I didn't say the C word, but I said basically every other unhinged thing I possibly could, and that wasn't my intention in this reading, but here we are. I pray for the blessing of I pray for the blessing of no restrictions. Okay, but we gotta ask about your blessing. So, Spirit, what blessing is coming to pile 4 in the near future? What blessing is coming to pile 4 next that they are going to be experiencing very soon? And I will say you can experience it now by just whatever this is, feeling what it would be like, feeling it, embodying it, and visualizing it, and just sensing it. That's what's going to bring it closer to you sooner. I ground my energy, creating a safe, secure, and loving reality with the universe as my ally. Yeah. I don't think you will fully understand the magnitude of this until you're actually living it, but like, you're about to fully change your life in a way where you are living in a completely different way, where you finally stop fighting the universe and feel like the world is against you or out to get you, or that it's you against the world, and realize you and the world have always, like, you and the universe make such a powerful team. And not only that, but the reality that you're creating is going to be so solid, this loving reality, it's literally going to change other people's realities. And other people are going to have no choice but to evolve or keep their distance, because they're not going to handle how bright and loving your life is. They're just going to seethe. And that's them. But hopefully what it ignites within them allows them to grow and expand and change and into deeper love. But yeah, you are, it's like holding on to this pattern to feel safe and secure is what's keeping you insecure, unsafe, and frustrated and fearful. It's actually setting yourself free from it that's going to create everything that you've been trying to cultivate, that in turn, because you couldn't cultivate for yourself, you were cultivating for those you loved or those that you could, and realizing like, oh, I was always worthy of it and I was always capable of it. because you're the moon, and who doesn't love the moon? I sure love the moon, and I love you, pile 4, because you hung in there with me throughout this entire reading, and I do apologize. I definitely did repeat a lot, but you know, there was just a lot coming in, and sometimes things are more jumbled and there's a lot happening, and sometimes like I'll be trying to stay on the topic, but then there's all these messages coming through and I'm like, okay, well, these are really important. I need to get them out. A lot of times when I'm doing this, I feel like Lucy and Ethel when they're in the chocolate factory and they cannot keep up with the chocolate line. And so they basically start panicking because the conveyor belt gets faster and faster, and like they are unable to wrap all the chocolates in time. A more contemporary version of that, the bit was also on Drake and Josh, and it was sushi instead of chocolate. But honestly, it probably originated earlier than I Love Lucy. I'm sure it was somewhere else too. But that's what it feels like sometimes when channeling. So yeah, I wish I could just like communicating everything that I'm getting into words. It's a lot. So sometimes, you know, sometimes it takes a bit to get to the point, but I hope you enjoyed the journey. That's the point. I feel a little bit guilty, but I think my promise to you is I will try to release guilt for being myself and sharing myself genuinely and authentically and vulnerably, if you promise to do the same. Well, I'm going to do it, and you have no choice but to promise me that too, because I'm going to do it, so you have to do it, and you're going to do it because it's there in the cards, and I just spent a long ass time telling you were going to do it. I guess I just really like spending time with you, pile 4. I guess like if we hung out, I'd probably really like chilling with you. So that's a testament and a compliment to who you are. You passed the vibe check with flying colors. But I guess all good things do have to come to a close at some point, at least for now, but I'll be back. So pile 4, that's where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, my social media. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other readings, especially ones with extendeds. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you got what you needed from this reading, and I hope that it was helpful. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!